Southend players all in red as the red carpet gets rolled up and taken off the pitch. We are seconds away from kickoff. Liam Hogan, how are those players feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, you say important game of the season. This is the most impressive I've seen from, like you say, the 5th tier of English football. Looking at the orange, the blue, there's not a red seat in sight. It's a full end at Oldham. So when they run out and they see all this, yeah, there'll be a moment where they need to take it in, because this is what's going to fuel them, hopefully to get a quick start like they have done in the last couple of playoff games. But at the same time, there'll be a responsibility that they've got this opportunity now to get this club over the line and in the Football League, and what a massive, massive success that would be.
Yeah, it really would be. The captains just going through their chat with the referee in the centre circle. We'll run you through the two teams. Once the game gets underway, as a few orange and blue balloons just drift away in front of us. This is absolutely massive for Oldham Athletic and Southend United. The final game of the domestic season is right here under the sunny Wembley Arch. A few clouds overhead. Kick-off about to happen, and we will be underway. Who of these two teams will be able to make it into the 4th tier of English football? And it will be Keenan Appiah-Forson to get the game underway on Total Sport and BBC Radio Manchester. You can take us with you on BBC Sounds as well. And we are underway in the National League playoff final. Southend United kick it long straight away to the head of Tom Hopper, just outside the Oldham Athletic box. Right then, so let's go through these two teams then. Oldham unchanged from their win against York. So Hudson in goal, a back three of Ogle, Raglan and Monte. Then it's wing-backs of Pritchard on the right, Kitchen on the left, Yoganathan, Evans and Pett, the middle three in that engine room. Garner and Fondup as the two up top. As for Southend United, their boss makes two changes. Nick Marr makes two changes. In come Miley and Bridge. Out go Parillion and Coker. So they look like this. Hayes in goal. Scott Morris, Taylor, Goodliff and Ralph as a back four. Hussin and then the three of Adai Forson, Miley, Bridge, Kendall and Hopper as their two up top. So the ball drifted long into the box early on by Oldham Athletic, and they will get a throw in on the far side, the right hand side, as they attack. Ogle taking a deflection and out for a throw in. Key here, isn't it, Liam, just to kind of get your head in the game straight away.
Yeah, and already just a couple of moments I just want to speak about from straight at the kickoff is obviously we deal with the long ball, Manny Monf, and then who's there, Corey Evans, cool head to try and pick out a pass, and then it's your experience of Joe Garner there who just buys the foul, and that's what you're going to get all game from him, managing the game in terms of those moments, and that'll set up sort of set piece opportunities for them to start getting Manny Monte, Mike Fondop and Charlie Raglan in the box from where they've been really quite dangerous this season.
Corey Evans now with the ball, played to his right. Ogle down by the right touchline. Now it's Yoganathan. Immediate surge into box from Yoganathan. Ball to the back post. Oh, it's just over the head of the on-rushing Kitchen. They're arriving at the left-hand back post. But an early foray into the box by Yamil Yoganathan, who, Liam, has been really impressive since joining on loan from Barnsley this winter.
Yeah, he looks like he's just followed his form straight from the last couple of games. He's put the ball through somebody's legs there and gone down the side, and just for the height of the football, it's just gone over the top edge of Mark Kitchen at the back post, who obviously gets himself in fantastic positions, as I've got himself on the score sheet a few times this season. But really positive start already from Oldham. Yeah,
3 goals for Kitchen, including against Halifax in the first of the playoff games. 42 National League appearances for the left back, winning the National League title at Stockport as well with you.
Yeah, he did, and Mickey will call on that sort of experience himself. Monte, Joe Garner, those types of players, Raglan, they've all got experience of getting promotion. Tom Pett in there as well, and that's a really big key factor, because look at the moment there, Kitchen buys the foul, and it's just being able to manage the game in these early stages where the excitement's electric and just needs the dust to settle a little bit.
Yeah, loads of experience in this Oldham team. Their youngest player is Yamal Yoganathan, just 19 years of age. 3 minutes gone here. Goalless in the National League playoff final as Matt Hudson prepares to take the free kick midway inside the Oldham half. Blue and red meeting today at Wembley. Still those balloons go off on our right hand side, orange and blue. Great sight to see here. Ball now headed into the box from that Hudson free kick, but foul given against Garner, and it will be Southend who will have that free kick inside their own half. And Oldham, Liam, coming into this, as we said in the Total Sport build-up, they've got the confidence, haven't they? They've absolutely blitzed through those playoffs. 7 goals scored, no goals conceded.
Yeah, and I think Mickey spoke about it previously to that, even in the Hartlepool and the Ebbsfleet game, and just getting the preparation in then, ready for these types of games. And he's a very much a seal the deal man. He did it at Tranmere as well at the time. Keeps it dead simple. Go and compete in your spaces, in your areas, be better than the other team. And
ball headed on, flicked there, just comes loose from that long free kick into the box, but it's cleared by Oldham. And Pett will try to get the foot on the ball, but he doesn't. And Scott Morris lifts the ball forward now into the box, and it's a chip over keeper Hudson, and it's gone in. Charlie Kendall has the opening goal. 4 minutes on the clock, and it's the Southend United fans that are in delirium away to our left-hand side. It came from nothing, really. Oldham gave the ball away in midfield. The ball was clipped through, and Kendall rushed onto it, muscled past the last defender. Keeper Hudson came out, and he stabbed it really past Hudson and into the empty net in front of the Oldham fans, who have gone quiet briefly. But it's Southend United, first blood to them in the National League playoff final. Southend United 1, Oldham Athletic 0.
Really important now how the players and how the supporters react to this, because as I mentioned before kick-off, they haven't been in a position where they've been behind in any of the games. They came out, they've steamrolled teams. Now then they're going to have to show that resilience that maybe Southend have shown more so, and like I said, they know they're in a great position now, Southend. I think with the quality that's in Oldham squad, the game's nowhere near, like you say, done, and by having that first goal so early, that's going to give us a fantastic contest now.
Yeah, it should do, absolutely. Oldham expecting a response straight away from that, but just defending that goal as well. He just nipped in between, didn't he, Liam? The ball just kind of came through. Do you think it caught the Oldham defence napping a little bit?
Yeah, I think obviously Pett in midfield's just gone to use the ball and he's given it away, and I think probably the rest of the side are quite focused on him playing forward, and Kendall, which he's done really well all this season, who sort of contributes and side to Hopper, likes to make that running behind and ask questions of the spaces in between the back three, and he did that really well there.
Southend full of confidence after that early goal. It's Bridge on the left hand side as they attack. He's been with the club all through his career. Captain Nathan Ralph tries to get the ball in, and it's instead intercepted and out for a throw-in on that far side. But it is Southend then that have the early lead in this Wembley National League playoff final. 4 years they've spent in non-league. Manager Kevin Marr, a Shrimpers legend, captained them from League 2 into the Championship when they got there 10 years ago. We need a response then from Oldham. Is it going to come? It's with Southend though. They've got the ball whipped into the box, headed clear by Kitching quite comfortably really. Now first touch really for Fondup, and Yoga Nathan tries to clip it forward, but instead Southend will get it back in their half and all the way back to keeper Nick Hayes now, who goes long. Mickey Mellon, arms, hands on his hips, standing on the edge of his technical area. As now Southend again, this time down the right hand side with a Appiah Forson. Marley challenges Evans outside the box. Referee, is he reaching into his pocket for cards? Probably too early to do that. 6 minutes gone. Oh, he is. Yellow card coming out then for Cav Marley, the Jerseyman, the first Jerseyman to play at Wembley since Brett Pittman's Portsmouth back in 2019. Long hair, Jack Grealish-esque with a hairband on his forehead, receives that yellow card from referee Elliot Bell. Then it will be a free kick to Oldham Athletic just on the edge of Matt Hudson's penalty area.
Yeah, obviously aside from starting the game really well, which Oldham actually did, getting the first goal is really crucial, because that really does just settle the nerves and just gives you that sort of, feeling from the last game where you were leading and getting through and getting the win, that you're now in control again of the game and you can sort of reset from that moment a little bit. It's another chance again for Oldham to reset too and go after what they've been set up to do for the entire game. And with the threat of Joe, look, you can see him competing there. It allows Mike to be a bit closer to the box, so when he does get on the seconds, he's been able to get his shots away and he's in the box more often than not, just competing for footballs.
Mike Fondup, who told Total Sport this week that he's got the numbers 34 pinned up on his fridge because it's been 34 years since Oldham achieved promotion. He, one of these Oldham players, incredibly motivated to get back into the football ladder, into that fourth tier, as Jürgen Nathan now darts down the right-hand side. Does he? Not quite. Nathan Ralph, the Shrimpers captain, manages to intercept. But we're seeing Jürgen Nathan looking really bright there, Liam, on that right-hand side.
Yeah, he seems really effective in between that space there, trying to take on Ralph. He's had a couple of really good moments. That one just didn't pay off, but it's actually quite a good reaction from Oldham just to get back to business a little bit, try and have a little bit of the ball and get that ball back on the last line for to ask questions of the Southend defence again.
Coming up to 9 minutes played, Oldham trail Southend 1-0. That goal coming in the 4th minute from Charlie Kendall. And it's gone down, in fact, as a Monte own goal, the one there. So Monte own goal in front of the Oldham fans. So 1-0 then, Oldham trail. It's Total Sport, BBC Radio Manchester, on BBC Sounds as well. Oldham fans standing up, the Atleticos, the Ultras away to the right-hand side in that west stand, where the fans of Newcastle and Crystal Palace have sat. Those two teams, of course, winning silverware this season. Can Oldham do it and get back in the Football League? It's Southend, they've got a throw-in on the near side, the right, as they attack the Oldham goal. It will be the long throw-in coming from Scott Morris, who hit the winning penalty against Forest Green Rovers to bring the Essex side into Wembley for the National League playoff final. Scott Morris then, as a blue balloon goes just behind him, receives the pass back. Scott Morris goes down the line now to Pia Forson. Back to Scott Morris, takes a deflection off the back of Kitchen, and it's out again for a throw-in in front of the Oldham fans down by the right-hand touchline. Launched into the box again. So Oldham trail 1-0 against Southend United. Matt Hudson makes sure that all his players are picking up the correct men inside the 6-yard box, because that's exactly where this bullet is being hurled. Here it comes into the box, headed comfortably clear in the end by Raglan. Garner tries to challenge with Hussin just outside the box, and Southend will win the ball back now on the Oldham D in the centre circle. Scott Morris dinks it down the line. Monte comes and heads it out for another throw-in. Southend building that pressure, aren't they, Liam?
Yeah, and they're looking to hit this sort of area down here in between Monte and Mark Kitchen. Obviously, Monte came back into the playoffs and played 2 good games, and he's a real pivotal sort of player. But whether or not in the 2 games he's had enough match sort of practice to be up to scratch, obviously he delivered in the last 2 games. They've sort of tried to see that as a target point at the minute, and obviously from the goal there's a bit of a mix-up between himself and Hudson. And they've reaped the rewards from that Southend from attacking down the side quite early.
Yeah, Manny Monte injured from February up until, as Liam, you say, that playoff game against Halifax, the summer signing from Northampton, as the ball flicked on from the Southend clearance, and it's headed away by Raglan just on the edge of their box. But Oldham, that is where they're staying at the moment, because Southend now have the ball on the left-hand side and attacking up against Gardner. Pritchard it is who tries to come back in, and he does get the block in eventually. And now Hussin again plays it to his right hand side. Ball going down the line by Bridge. Sliding tackle comes in. Gone out for a corner kick then to Southend in front of the Oldham fans. Oldham trail 1-0 on BBC Radio Manchester. Who's doing the talking right now, Liam? You've mentioned that they've got a lot of experience, these Oldham players. Several of them have been promoted before. Monte from the playoffs with Tranmere and Mickey Mellon. You know, who is doing the talking to make sure that the troops don't get their heads cast down?
Yeah, I can see obviously the game's being played where Oldham don't want it at the minute, but the likes of Joe Garner, when he has to come back and defend in them moments, he will be adding his experience. Raglan and Monte will be saying to themselves, look, in this reset here now, we've got to get back to doing the basic stuff, get our contacts, get the ball up the field and get some pressure and territory in Southend's half, because at the minute it's played all in Oldham's half.
Yeah, it is. All players bar keeper Nick Hayes inside the Oldham Athletic half, as the ball trying to go from the centre to the left is headed clear by Jürgen Nathan. And it's Southend who, that early goal on the 4th minute, the own goal from Manny Monte, got the lead, and they're the team that are looking more dangerous in these early stages. It's a bit of miscommunication there between Corey Evans and Jürgen Nathan, but the Northern Irishman is fouled by a Pia Forson midway through the Oldham half. Corey Evans, whose brother Johnny Evans recently played his last game for Manchester United out in Hong Kong on their Malaysian tour. United, who today have confirmed the signing of Mateus Cunha from Wolves on a 5-year deal. Hudson then goes long with that free kick, and it's going to be the first corner of the game to Oldham Athletic, headed behind there by Taylor in front of the Southend United fans. They've got their flags out away on the left-hand side. The Oldham fans now starting to find their voice again after going behind in the opening 4 minutes.
Yeah, moments like this, corners, throw-ins in the final third, they're a big lift because they know what kind of aspect they can be from corners and set pieces. And with Monte, Kitchen, Raglan, Joe Garner, Vimal, you know, they're a massive outfit. They're difficult to deal with.
They certainly are. And here is the corner kick. It's Chip looking for the back post. It's looking for Mike Fondop, but his header doesn't find the target and it drifts wide for a Southend United goal kick. 14 minutes gone. Southend United 1, Oldham Athletic 0 in the National League playoff final. You faced Southend in the first leg. I don't want to dredge up too many bad memories for you, Liam, but they did come from behind against you. That banner that we saw before the game, never give up, that sort of sums them up, doesn't it?
Sums the club up from where the club were to where the club are again now. I mean, we were sort of in debate. We were playing them in the first game of the season for Oldham when I was with them, and whether they would be a club or not at that time. And they were mentioning that, you know, there was no staff on. To come to where they are now has been a massive turnaround in such a short space of time. It's hats off to Kevin Mayer, to be fair, to be able to deliver that. He said at the start of the season his team wasn't quite strong enough and that he needed to recruit a little bit better in some of the areas, and he's been able to do that. And they've had a real fantastic sort of push towards the back end, and getting in that playoff spot, the last one in the last day of the season, really gives you momentum and belief. And albeit they were probably down and out, I would have said, against us at Rochdale, they just keep going, and the ability to put balls in your box and have someone like Gus Scott Morris, who has a bit of a freedom in the attacking spaces to go wherever he wants, which is probably why he's got so many goals. The runs of Apaya Forson, Kendall and those types of players, they always keep you honest and always ask questions of you as a defender.
Yeah, Gus Scott Morris, the right back, 17 goals for him this season. As the ball's back with the goalkeeper Matt Hudson for Oldham, who launches it long, looking for the head of Mike Fondop, and it's with Corey Evans just inside the centre circle. Now on the right hand side with Regan Ogle, who goes past Kendall now. Ogle, ball intercepted as he tried to slot it through down the right hand side to Pritchard, and he wins his side a throw-in. On the far side, the right hand as they attack the Southend goal. 1-0 Oldham trail as Wembley maybe takes a quick breather. It's been a frenetic start. That goal coming in the 4th minute, own goal from Monte. Ball from Ogle, it's a long one, launched into the box, headed clear by Southend. This now with Kitchen on the left-hand side. He's got options ahead of him. He could go down the line, instead chooses to go behind him to Monte, orange-booted. He just lets the ball run away from him. Bit of a loss of focus there, perhaps, from the Oldham defender. But it's recovered by Raglan, and Hudson's got the ball back in his goal as the sunlight streams onto the Wembley surface. It's Evans now. Plenty of time inside his own half. Plays it to the right-hand side, and Ogle, the man born in Australia, moved to England at the age of 11 and joined in the summer from Hartlepool. Evans again, starting to perhaps tick things over. Comes to Monte now, who strides forward on the left-hand side. Dinks the ball forward now. Kitchen running into the box. Mark Kitchen, first time cross in. Heads go up, and it goes wide. Yoga Nathan it was, headed the ball into the turf and just wide of the right-hand post. Oldham Athletics' best chance of the game comes from Vimal Yoga Nathan. It was Kitchen's first time cross in, and the 19-year-old's header bounced into the ground and bounced wide of the post. It remains Southend 1, Oldham 0.
Yeah, I think he's actually just about got in the way of Mike Fondop. I can see them having a little chat just after the chance has gone by, and I don't know whether Mike was coming onto it at a better timing. I'm not too sure, but obviously both are in good sort of scoring form. Both are the fans themselves, but it probably comes from the best sort of bit of play, I think, from Oldham that have had to sort of settle down and not be as so erratic on the football. And a couple of passes led to Manny being able to slip Mark Kitchen over the top, and those are the moments that Oldham are going to need a bit more of. Have a few more passes, have a bit more control of the football.
17 minutes gone, 1-0 they trail. Yeah, when that ball came and when Yoga Nathan's header went wide, Fondop threw up his arms in frustration because he'd leapt just behind his teammate. Now it's Southend with the ball into the box, dinked across from left to right. Kitchen battling with Hopper, and it's Southend who will concede the throw-in inside the Oldham half. Yeah, Mike Fondop really frustrated there. He was there, he'd leapt high into the air but it was the 19-year-old who just got in front of him, and it drifted wide. 18 minutes gone. Oldham trail 1-0. Best chance, though, of their first 18 minutes went to Jürgen Nathan. As now the ball lofted into the air by Southend. Ragland challenges with Kendall for it. He gets his head just in front of Mickey Mellon on the touchline, whose arms haven't removed from his sides. He's got the teapot out. As the Oldham managers tasted success 5 times and been promoted 3 times through the playoffs, he knows exactly what is at stake, what it takes to win a day like today. Southend, though, got the ball on their left-hand flank with Bridge challenging, wins the ball back. Does Bridge exchanges passes with Hussin, who darts past Jürgen Nathan, and Southend got bodies in the box, Hopper and Kendall, and it's where it tries to go, but it's cleared, and a free kick given against Southend on Evans, and it will be a free kick to Oldham. 20 minutes gone, they trail 1-0. Total Sport, BBC Radio Manchester. The Oldham fans on the right hand side, orange and blue, decked out. The balloons that they were hosting and floating into the air just disappeared now, but they're still in fine voice, wanting their side to get the equaliser, desperate for their side to get back into the Football League. As now Mickey Mellon gets a touch, the ball comes out for a throw-in to Oldham Athletic, right in front of him, and it's Manny Monte to take it. 30 years of age, lots of experience from him, played at a high level. As Garner now on his chest tries to find Jürgen Nathan, but it's cleared by Southend. Pritchard was lurking as well. This time it's Bridge now, plays it to the left hand side, and Southend have plenty of time now just to take a spot on the ball with Ralph, and back to his centre back partner Goodliff and Taylor now. Apaya Forson dropped deep onto the halfway line, flicked round the corner now, trying to run onto Hopper, and it's out then for a Southend United throw-in. Apaya Forson exchanging words with Scott Morris, who has got his socks rolled down to his ankles for the long throw-in again. Scored the winning penalty in the semi-final, did Scott Morris against Forest Green. As Apaya Forson comes short for him, but instead he goes for the longer one, trying to get over the top of Kitchen, who heads it out for another throw-in right by the corner flag as Southend United attack the Oldham end. 20 minutes gone, Oldham trail 1-0. And Scott Morris taking plenty of time to get the ball back in front of the Oldham fans who've got their flags out, their banners out in the front row. The orange and blue. Here comes Scott Morris then to launch it long into the box. Headed clear by Monte, is it? Not quite. It's headed into the arms eventually of Hudson, who claims it. 1-0 they trail.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the game, how it's unravelled now a little bit, and some of the pitches are settling, and just watching these interchanges between Apaya Forson and Scott Morris, obviously giving Oldham a little bit of a problem down this side. But on the flip side of it, if Oldham can retain the ball really well, the height that Scott Morris takes in the game leaves it really open down that side. And obviously Oldham had that chance with Kitchen that went down the side, and they would like to see Mark Kitchen in those types of areas, because some of the deliveries this season he's put on the plate for Mike Fondop, they could do with one of them.
Yeah, and it nearly happened with Jürgen Nathan just getting in the way of Fondop for that chance for Oldham. As the ball brought forward now, and it's with Monte. He's had a few bursts from the centre-back position. He lays it to his left-hand side, and Kitchen now, who does come forward, challenges with Apaya Forson, who shoulder barges him to the ground, and there'll be a free kick on the left-hand side, midway inside the Oldham half. And Kitchen, just on his haunches, slowly gets to his feet, limping. His right ankle took a little bit of a knock there. The physio's come on, but he is walking okay.
Yeah, Kevin Mayer looked furious there. I don't know if it was the actual decision or whether he thought it was soft or whether he was frustrated in his defender giving away a free kick, which again you can hear it now, lifts this crowd, gives a chance for Tom Pett, who's got excellent delivery, has shown it numerous times this season, to put it again into a dangerous zone for what looks like, you know, a massive blue wall going to go in there and try and compete to try and get a contact on this.
Blue wall going into the box, a blue wall down the other end of Oldham fans who are all on their feet as Pett, hands on his hips, gets ready to deliver the ball in. Just gone past the midway point in this National League playoff final first half. Oldham losing 1-0 to the team from Essex. As Pett raises one arm into the air, here comes the cross into the box. Keeper Hayes comes out and double-fisted punches it clear to the edge of the box, where it's picked up by Pritchard now. And Kitchen finds himself there, but the ball is won back by Southend. And Corey Evans needs to come across and stab it out for throw into Southend on the halfway line. But another chance, a chance there, Liam, for Oldham to try and do something with it, but it was well cleared in the end by the Southend goalkeeper.
Yeah, and obviously I'm just thinking about the occasion and sort of the clarity of the players and stuff. We go back to that Vimal and Mike Fondop sort of mix-up chance where either could have got contact on it. There's an occasion there where Oldham could maybe just recycle the ball back out through Corey Evans and maybe get a better angled sort of cross into the box for a second phase when they go down to Mark Kitchen, who's on the opposite foot, and he tries to punch across a low delivery and it gets cut out, and then off that, Southend look to counter. And I just think clarity in them moments in these games when the atmosphere is as it is and the game is as it is, they're going to be really important. Oldham can take a little bit more time on the football.
Yeah, Mickey Mellon gets the ball out for a throw-in with him. 24 minutes gone then. They trail 1-0 to Oldham on a fairly humid, quite sticky day at Wembley Stadium. Sun's gone, cloud cover overhead. Scott Morris with the throw-in in front of the Latics manager. Oldham taking up position on the edge of their box as it goes down the line, looking for Hopper, who's challenging with Monte. And the experienced Oldham centre-back let to go out for a goal kick to Hudson.
Yeah, it's a very strong arm from Manny. If you get in one of those, you don't normally get out. But what Southend have done really well is obviously the energy that Oldham brought into the stadium. It's only in sort of fits and spurts at the minute. They've sort of quietened it down.
An arm like yours? Stronger arm than yours? Or have you got a stronger one than him?
No, he's a big man, is Manny. I'll give him that. I'll let him have that one.
Ball headed clear by his teammate Raglan, though only as far as the on-rushing Hussin, who's challenging with Evans now, midway inside the Oldham half. But Evans does well to shepherd the Southend man back, but they retain possession now with Goodliff and Taylor, the two centre-back partners. Goodliff on loan from Colchester, just down the road from Southend since January. Appiah Forster now being shown inside by Pett, and he has to go all the way back again to Goodliff. As Kendall looked to make a run there forward, but instead Southend play it across their back line, and the captain Ralph goes down the left-hand side to Bridges. One back though by Oldham, and they start to bring it forward with Pritchard and Fondop, who's come very deep, almost onto the halfway line. He wins aside a free kick though, just to the right of the Southend D, across the halfway line, and Oldham again will send up those big bodies forwards to try and get something. 26 minutes gone. They trail 1-0 in the National League playoff final. 3 years since they were in the Football League. 3 years since Frank Rothwell took over and steadied the club and brought them on the cusp of a return. Evans, left-footed, clips the ball into the box. It falls for a left-footed effort which drifts just wide of the post. Monte and Fonda were both there on the edge of the box. The effort in the end skewed just wide of the left-hand post. Fondop it was, spiralling just past Hayes' goal, and out for a goal kick. It's 1-0 to Southend.
Yeah, on the way that ball came back out in the second phase there, Southend seemed to be all over the place. There was Vimal and there was Joe Garner that just pulled out to the right side, and if they could have found either of the two, none of the defenders had gone with them. And that's what Oldham will do really well. I know Mike's come deep there, and it's not exactly where the manager will want him, but he's actually come into a position, he's probably getting frustrated of having limited touches. He's earned himself a free kick, but that's what Oldham do. They put phases in your box all the time, and you can't switch off for any.
They'll be hoping that Southend do switch off on one occasion to get that equaliser. As it's a throw-in, Manny Monte will take it. Mike Fondop, 2 appearances in the season that Oldham were relegated from the Football League. He was injured, came in January, managed just 2 before he was on the sidelines. John Sheridan, manager at the time, club legend, said to him, "I want you to stay here and get Oldham back into the Football League." And that is what he's trying to do. As the ball cleared long by Hudson onto the head of the Southend captain Ralph, and now Southend on that left-hand side with Bridge, who's come down there several times. Bridge ball into the box just short of Kendall. It's cleared though by Oldham, and Jürgen Nathan now has just got time to put his foot on the ball and bring it forward. He's being shown down the right-hand line by Hussin. He clips infield to Pett, and Bridge has got back trying to hustle the Oldham man. Pett though keeps hold of the ball, turns and brings it forward, coming up to the half an hour at Wembley Stadium. 1-0 to the Shrimpers. Ball into the box now, looking for Fondop. It goes all the way to the left-hand side then as Kitchen dinks it up into the box. Fondop rises, nods it down, there's no man there, and instead Apaya Forson will hook it clear. But the pressure keeps coming. No foul given against Ogle on Tom Hopper, and it will be brought infield now by Jürgen Nathan. He's drifted across to the left-hand side, and Mark Kitchen up against Gus Scott-Morris. Ball into the box, going to the back post and Fondop, but it's flicked clear by Southend heads. Only as far as Pritchard. Ball comes back in. Garner tries to rise it. Monte goes for the effort. It's blocked. Again, the pressure building here from Oldham, although in the end Evans gives the ball away. His pass couldn't find Pritchard, and Southend will try to clear it. Pritchard though does really well on the right hand side to win the ball back. Pett turns and gets the ball and plays it just behind him to Evans now, who goes for a ball inside the box, looking for the chest of Garner, and it's cleared again by Southend. But Oldham just keep on coming. This time Kitchen on the left hand side now, darts inside, lays it to his right. Evans chips it delicately into the box, looking for Gardner, who tried to clip it into the box with the right hand side on the volley, and it's behind for a Southend goal kick. 30 minutes gone, the Shrimpers lead 1-0.
That little phase of play there from Oldham should give all the Oldham fans, some real good optimism, because there's clarity out there between all the group. You can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to load the box. They see they're trying to get the second phases in there. And like I said, it only takes one to switch off, or a moment of real good quality from Garner or from Fondop that will get them back on terms in this game, and the momentum will then swing again.
Also 2 forwards, Liam, who are in fine form. Fondop 18 goals, Garner 4 goals in his last 3 games, including in each of the playoffs as well.
Yeah, definitely, and what you need is those firing, and that's where Mickey wants the ball. He wants the ball in your front men. He says they're the ones that pay the bills.
Not you as a centre-back.
No, not us.
Right, ball midway inside the Oldham half as Evans sends it long now for Fondop. He's got a first chance to drive at the Southend defence, but Taylor does well to clear it behind for a corner kick to Oldham, and you can just hear those fans shouting away to the right-hand side. It's at the far end to where the action is at the moment. They won't care though if this ball goes into the back of that net. Oldham looking to get level. Pett with the corner kick, an in-swinger. Monte goes on to the keeper. Here comes the ball into the box. It's headed clear and headed away again for another corner kick to Oldham.
Southend showing that resilience that we've talked about loads again. But again, it's another ball that's going to come in the box with real good quality, with 4, 5, 6 blue shirts, with real good desire to get on the end of it.
So, rinse and repeat. Here comes corner kick number 2. This time it's going to the back post. The keeper's gone down under a challenge, but Garner can't quite take advantage of it, and Southend will clear it. Only as far though as Evans, who fires it in, left-footed, and it drifts well wide of Nick Hayes' goal, and it remains 1-0.
Yeah, they just don't have to rush this in terms of the decision making there from Corey. Obviously a really experienced player that's played up the levels. He's like 20, maybe 25 yards out. He's taking the shot on. Obviously everyone wants to score the wonder goal here at Wembley and be that sort of headline. But again, if they use their decisions really well and around the box, they're going to submit this Southend defence to just be clearing balls, and they're landing on the seconds and then they're repeating the attacks. That's what's working at the minute for them, and that's why they're playing in their half a bit more now.
72 Northern Ireland appearances for Corey Evans. So much experience in that midfield for the Latics. Here's one who's not quite as experienced, Jürgen Nathan, on loan from Barnsley. Gets the ball down his left-hand foot, chips it past the onrushing defender, down by the left-hand touchline, right by the corner flag. It's won though by Southend. Didn't quite open up, and a free kick has been given against the Barnsley loanee.
Yeah, Mike Fondop does brilliantly down into his chest, flick over the top of his head, and Vimal goes down this left-hand side where they've had a couple of joys now. But I must say, Harry Taylor in both positions against Mike Fondop, the first one, albeit to give a corner away, has just made a recovery run there and a slide tackle for his team that just, epitomises exactly what they're all about, and they defend the moment, and now they're in possession again, they can reset.
12 minutes left until the break. Oldham trailing 1-0 to Southend in the National League playoff final, live from Wembley on BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Sounds. As the ball out for another Southend United throw-in. Mickey Mellon standing again, arms on his hips. Would he be happy with how they've come back into this, Liam?
I'm just thinking about all the stop-starts and the balls in and out of play. I think this is the type of game that Mickey will want. I think this is the type of game that Mickey will know his team will be able to push on and compete and probably take it above the other side in terms of the player power that they've got. You look at Cian Harriott that's on the bench, James Norwood, of course, not even mentioned him yet. If the game stays like this and, Southend haven't got total control in terms of possession, and there's sort of free kicks, corners, set pieces that are being able to be sent into the box, I think Mickey will be quite happy knowing that what he's worked on all season will come to fruition.
Yeah, Southend under lots of pressure in the last 10 minutes or so, but their goals so far yet to be really tested. A header wide from Yoganathan, the closest that Oldham have come, as they've got the ball with Manny Monte in the left back position, but his ball looking for Mike Fondop goes out for a Shrimpers throw-in. Oldham been in this league for 3 seasons. Liam, you were here for 2 of them, and it's a club that, and a town really, isn't it? It's not just a club, it's the town that are all behind the Latics today.
Yeah, and listen, you can see there's just an outburst of emotion ready to go if they were to score, or whether they were to get through this fixture. That will set the ball and the snowball in motion for this club. I can see it. It's got a massive ceiling to hit, and obviously in the moments where it's been difficult and the times have been hard, losses to certain teams and playing at certain venues they'll never been used to, you still see numbers in force, particularly away from home. The distance that you travel and all that in the National League. Like I said, one of the first games that came here, it was like 1,000 fans. They've just been relegated out of the Football League away at Torquay, and as a player you want to play in front of that, you want to represent it to the best ability that you can do, and it's obviously disappointing that we weren't able to do it in the last 2 years, but this year looks really promising.
Ball launched into the box by Oldham, but it's cleared, almost fell to Yoganathan, and the free kick given against the Welshman right on the edge of the box. The Southend will take all the time now, just with 9 minutes left of that first half, just to make sure that they don't do anything silly. For Oldham though, looking to get back into this, as Liam says, plenty of time left, plenty of options that they've still got to get back into this game and hopefully into the Football League. As the sun peeks through the clouds under the arch at the National Stadium, a place where Liam Hogan won this stage with Salford City back in 2019. Best moment of your career, Liam?
Yeah, undoubtedly. Obviously I've won a championship and had a few other promotions as well as that, but to represent your home sort of club and where you grew up as a lad, and then be captain, to get to walk up the stairs and deliver the trophy to the club on behalf of all the management and obviously the players at the time, there'll be a no better feeling, and you can times that by nearly 10 here with the amount of numbers that Oldham have brought and probably have left at home as well.
Yeah, they've sold their allocation, which increased during the week. Initially just 17,500, but campaigning by the MPs, by the mayors of Greater Manchester, Annie Burnham, and London, Sadiq Khan, mean that the capacity has been raised to today up to 50,000 here at the National Stadium, and plenty of watch-alongs taking place as well in Oldham today. Well, so far they're watching their side losing 1-0. It's a free kick gone long from the Southend keeper Hayes onto the head of Raglan on the edge of the Oldham box as they trail 1-0 with 7 minutes left of this first half. Ball on the halfway line now, falls to Evans, who lays it into the path of Pritchard, dinks it forward looking for Yoganathan, but it's headed clear on the edge of his box by Scott Morris. but Yoganathan almost gets the ball back at his feet, and it's with Kitchen on the left-hand side, who's forced to come back after being chased by Kendall. And Manny Monte now scoops it onto the left-hand side, and Ogle, who dinks the ball into the box looking for the head of Pett. He tried to flick it in, but instead Southend, through Scott Morris, who's been everywhere in this first 38 minutes, start to bring it clear. And this time they do with Bridge on the left-hand touchline now. Southend starting to come in, but they haven't got a lot of options going forward, as Bridge does well to get past Pritchard, but Pritchard recovers and wins the ball and lays it to Evans, who's got time, well, makes it look like he's got plenty of time as he goes for Fondop now. Fondop tussling, turns, Fondop into the box, goes down under a challenge. Nothing doing from the referee. Think he made it a little bit too easy there, did Fondop. And Southend will start to bring it back. And in fact, a free kick given against Oldham right on the edge of the Southend box. But a first chance to get a look at a replay of that, Liam, that Mike Fondop runs into the box. He's got the Southend Scott Morris coming across him. He does slide in, but what do you think?
The only thing I'll probably say there is the defender's made his mind up that he's going to go to ground early, and how much of the football, I mean, I was in a similar scenario in the Southend game myself. You go and try and sort of block, get your body in front, and the momentum of the players already sort of half going down. It's still a shout at the end of the day, and it's probably one of the first times in the game that you've saw Mike Fondop get himself isolated up against Goodliff, and he just uses sort of his strength and his body roll to sort of take Goodliff out of the picture and get him behind. And Oldham are going to look for, or need to look for, more moments where they can isolate Mike up against one of those two players at the back, because obviously Ralph at the minute's really occupied with Joe Garner.
Yeah, he's ripped at the moment, isn't he, Mike Fondop? He's a real athlete, real unit up top for Oldham, as they're now defending on the edge of their box. They win a free kick. Hopper fouling Ogle, and with 5 minutes left of the first half, it's still Southend 1, Oldham 0. Hudson, all clad in highlighter green, kicking in the shade in front of the Oldham fans, into the sunshine, looking for the head of Garner, who does well to flick it onto Fondop, but Southend will clear it, and Monte challenging with Kendall, nods the ball out for a throw into Southend United just inside their half, right in front of the managers Kevin Marr and Mickey Mellon. And Scott Morris tries to go down the line looking for a Paya foursome, but they weren't on the same wavelength, and it's a throw in to Oldham, which Monte will take.
Yeah, the real good thing about this is we just see the replay back a little bit on the screens here. I don't actually think the defender's got too much of the football there, and he did dive early. But the one thing Oldham can look to is that they're actually getting entries in the box. They actually look like they could have a moment to create and score an opportunity, which is always going to keep them in the game. So as a boxing fight at the minute, they're both still well in the game. Southend still trying to make numbers forward. Gus Scott Morris is still on the last line, so the game is still in the balance.
Free kick to Southend just inside their half. Pets against the Paya Forson. So it'll be a chance for the ball to be sent long into the box. Here it comes, looking for Hopper, who's challenging with Regan Ogle, and the ball goes out for a Southend United throw in their left-hand side as they attack the Oldham Athletic fans, still on their feet. That's the Southend fans, though, you can hear coming in the sunshine away to the left-hand side. Their team lead 1-0, and at the moment still plenty of time left, but they are the team that are returning into the Football League for the first time in 4 years. They've got the ball now. Bridge on their left-hand side, lays it back to Miley, and it's blocked out by Yoganathan and out for a throw-in. So 2.5 minutes left then of this first half. On Total Sport, BBC Radio Manchester, coming live from Wembley Stadium on the last day of the domestic season. Oldham and Southend meeting for a place in the Football League. Miley now with Bridge. Miley's got the ball back. Garner tries to close him down. and instead Southend will play it out. The ball dispossessed by Yoganathan, and now Garner lays it to Pett. On rushing Fondop, ball doesn't quite fall to him, deflection though does, and it comes to Mike Fondop, one-on-one with the keeper, chips it over and it's wide. It just drifts wide of the right hand post. He did all the hard yards, did the Oldham Athletic striker. The on-rushing keeper Hayes came out, he clipped it over him, but unlike the Southend goal, this one inches wide of that right hand post, and it remains Oldham 0, Southend 1.
Oh, they're them fine margins. That was literally whisk away from going in, or even hitting the post and getting a second opportunity to put it in. You can see Mickey down at the pitch side, he's happy with that, he's happy with the reaction. There's a bit of a mix up in midfield similar to the Oldham goal, where Cav Miley gives the ball away, and there's a bit of a ricochet off Goodliff, and Mike finds him, like you say, 1v1 with a goalie, and with his form this season and the way he's built this sort of game up. You can see him there, he just goes with the left foot and dinks.
Just dinks it up, doesn't it? It just catches his laces, he dinks it over, and it's as you say, it is a whisker, Liam. It is so close from hitting the post or nestling in that corner, but fine margins, and Oldham's doesn't go in. Southend's earlier did go in, and now with a minute left of the first half, it's the Essex side who attack, all in red on the left hand side. They put bodies into the box. Apaya Forson gets it, comes in, does a step over, left hand touchline, ball deflected, good slide and block there in the end from Ogle, and it goes behind for a corner kick. But it is one end to another, Liam.
Yeah, it's a good game now. It's really opened up, and what a good player that Apaya Forson is, to be fair. He's so sharp, you can see him low centre of gravity, has a little jink and then goes down, and to be fair, Ogle matches it with his movement and gets the slide tackle in. And obviously now Oldham regroup themselves, try and defend this corner and get themselves in probably what they will think has been actually quite a decent half. They probably affected Southend's goal more so than Southend have affected theirs.
Yeah, it is a corner kick then in front of the Oldham fans. There's 2 minutes added on then here at Wembley. It's a corner kick into the box. Hudson comes, punches it straight back though to the corner taker Bridge, and it comes in again, looking for the back post, and Goodliff. It's headed clear though by Oldham. Just for a second it almost fell onto the head of the Southend centre back. They've got possession now on the halfway line. Ball going long, looking for Bridge again, but it goes out via the corner flag and out for an Oldham Athletic goal kick as we enter then those 2 minutes of added on time, and that's the thing, Liam, there's nothing to panic about at all here for Oldham, is there?
No, absolutely not. And the way you see, I mean, they haven't created sort of chances through really good play, but what they have done, like I've said, is gain territory, get the ball into areas, ask questions. Just a simple clearance from Goodliff before, he's put under pressure by a rush of blue shirts, and then they go and get themselves a 1v1 opportunity. You know, balls that are going into the final third are getting flicked on, first and second contacts, they're keeping stuff alive and always asking Southend to defend the moment.
Can they get an equaliser just before half-time into the final minute of the added on 2? Monte has the ball back with his orange boots, glinting in the sunshine, onto the left-hand touchline, and Kitchen, who scoops it forward looking for Gardner, and Scott Morris challenging there, and Southend will win the ball back now. And it's with their right back Scott Morris and Apaya Forson, who has looked really bright, challenging with Oldham Athletic with Pritchard there, goes down, and it's a free kick, and Pritchard will go in. It was being called back by the ref. He'll go into the referee's notebook. So yellow card then to Pritchard, the first one for Oldham. Into the added on time here at Wembley, and a chance again for Southend to throw some bodies forward into the box. And Oldham will be kicking towards their fans in the second half, who want to suck the ball into that goal. Southend with the free kick. It's sent into the box. Right to left, headed forward. Kitchen just inside the 6-yard box, manages to head it clear before it comes to Gus Scott Morris. And referee Elliot Bell blows the half-time whistle on the National League playoff final. A game which has entertained from the very start. Oldham conceded in the 4th minute. Charlie Kendall rushed on to a loose ball played through the middle. Him and Manny Monte were challenging with each other. It came off the end, deflected by the Oldham defender into the back of the net, past a helpless Hudson. That's the only goal of the game so far. Oldham have gone close. Yoganathan's header just wide of the right hand post. And again, Mike Fondop past the right-hand post with an effort which he scooped just wide. Big halftime talks on the way here on Total Sport. At the break in the National League playoff final, it is Oldham Athletic 0, Southend United 1.
Yeah, so Oldham behind at the break, Liam Hogan. It was the worst possible start in many respects to concede a goal so early, and also the mix-up at the back as well. It's just all the things you don't want to happen when you come into a big game like this.
Yeah, and it's probably all that talk about the focus of just playing the green stuff that's there on your feet and not anything else, and it's still so early in the game. Obviously the atmosphere, how exciting everything was and around the place is probably an understandable reason why somebody might have a lapse in concentration, but Charlie Kendall obviously has been sort of thriving on that type of movement and that type of ball that's gone in behind all season, and he's latched onto it and ultimately made Manny Monte and Matt Hudson, a difficult moment in communication, and obviously the own goals happened, and that's a great start, and it's sort of quieting down the noise that was coming from the Oldham side. But again, I go back to it and say you can't actually say Oldham sort of had a poor half there, because they probably affected Southend's goal more so than they've affected Oldham's.
No, once they got that mistake out of their system, and it takes a few minutes obviously to clear the cobwebs when you're a bit shaky after a setback like that, but actually as that half wore on, Oldham looked more and more likely to find the equaliser, didn't they? Yeah,
and I think that again comes down to Mickey and probably the prep work that he's done for the playoffs and the rest of it in terms of what he wants out of the group and how they're trying to affect Southend's sort of defence. Most of the first bit of the game was played in their half, which he wouldn't have liked, of course, but he'll be assured to know that players like Raglan and Ogle and Monte can deal with those types of moments more often than not. But then they've gone down the other end and they've put balls in the box, they've kept second phases alive. They've really troubled the Southend defenders to actually defend the moments, and obviously Mike's probably is the clearest chance of the game in terms of the contact he gets. He probably scores that most times out of 10 this season. And then a little mix up between himself and Jorgen Nathan at the back post, where clarity again in such a big sort of game goes out the window a little bit. If one of them two communicates really well, they get a clear contact, they'd be talking about a goal here and maybe two.
Yeah, when that cross came in from the left-hand side to the back post, we saw Mike Fondop was raging. He was obviously waiting for that to come down to him, and Jorgen Nathan just got ahead of him and took the opportunity. But he wasn't far away from the equaliser, was it? It was only just wide of the target.
No, and obviously the way Mike's probably built the game up himself in terms of things off the field and stuff, he'll be so desperate to, in being at the club when they got relegated and not being able to sort of play in those other two games sort of that maybe could have helped them stay up. He will probably find it in him that he needs to do something in this game to go and get them over the line, and knowing Mike and the way Mike is, he can definitely do that and definitely get them going. All I will say is, as well, I'm thinking and watching, what a feeling this is going to be if you can go and get the goal in front of your home supporters. There's 25,000 fans there that are going to be ready to outburst. And if you're the one that can get that momentum, then we'll ask a lot of questions of Southend.
And they were all up and straining and craning their necks to try and see the effort from Fondop right at the end of that first half. Golden opportunity for Oldham to get themselves level. Bit of a kind ricochet in the build-up that fell into his path, but he was through one-on-one against the keeper. He did everything right, didn't he? Or it looked like he did, but didn't hit the target.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he's gone composure-wise. He's actually gone to sit the goalie down and dink him. His composure looks like he's seen that the keeper's closed the space down. He can't go either side of him, really. The goalie's done really well, to be fair, to come out so fast. But you could just see as he gets the contact on the football, the spin's already taking it sort of away from the goal, and I think best sort of outcome there was maybe it hit the post and somebody gets a ricochet to go in. It's just a shame that he wasn't able to start it a bit wider, and obviously the open goal was there. Kendall managed to do it down the other end, and these are the fine moments that we talk about in these big games, and that's what makes it so exciting and why you want to be involved in this as a fan, a player, anyone.
When you're crying out for that chance, though, you just want that one opportunity, that golden chance to come your way, and you get one like that and it doesn't go in. Does that start to play in the minds a bit that is it just not our day?
I don't think in terms of Mike Fondop in personally, his mindset is to be better himself. You can see how much he's worked on himself since he's been at the club. I think initially that would have been disappointing for him, massively it would be for anybody, but I think he's got the mindset now that obviously the next chance is going to come around, and the way that, like I've said, they've created sort of areas on the pitch to get him in those opportunities, and players like Joe Garner and Vimal Jorgen, there's still going to be more to come for him, so he just needs to get that focus back and know that the next time he make a good clear contact with his foot, with his head, or whatever it might be, and he could change this whole sort of final on its head.
Could have also had a penalty, Oldham. We didn't have the greatest view of it from up here, but it was 5 minutes before the break. It was Fondop involved again into the area. Good turn from him to get away from the defender, and then just as he was getting ready to pull the trigger, sliding challenge came in. What did you make of it?
See, I'm always going on the side of the defender. I was in a similar moment myself in terms of reading the ball and the shot and getting your body in between yourself and the goal, and that's what I think Harry Taylor's done. He's dived early, he's gone to ground, which always does give you a problem if the attacker can sort of change his movement or change his body shape, and Mike sort of turns away from goal a little bit, which is he getting his shot off then or is he not? But then also at the same time it does mean the defender's actually going to make contact with the attacker, so there is a bit of a grey area on that. If you're an Oldham fan, massively be aggrieved, because at a good time in the game that would be potentially a massive opportunity to get your side and back in the game in terms of the score. But like I said, they're actually not out of this game.
Yeah, no VAR in operation at Wembley today, so despite the fact that Fondop went down, once the referee decided there wasn't enough in it, there was no chance of the decision being changed or overturned. And as you mentioned, we had to watch the replay several times, Liam, before we decided that there probably wasn't that much contact on the ball by Harry Taylor's sliding challenge. Might have been a little bit of contact on Fondop, but at the same time, Mike Fondop didn't look like he was about to shoot on goal either. It looked like the ball might just be getting away from him anyway. So I guess the ref has to take all that into consideration in that split second.
I think if the referees looked at it in the detail that it happened in such a fast sort of time, and he gets one look at that, and it's obviously the occasion that we're in now, I think he's done fantastically well to make that choice, because like you say, Mike's first kind of movement is to roll away from the goal, which tells me is he taking the shot with his right foot. I'm not too sure. But then what that does is it does pose the question of, well, the ball is going away from the defender and he does touch the foot. But again, it's a really difficult one for me, and obviously not being able to see it like really clear and obvious, it's probably got down to maybe the right decision. But fans for Oldham and will be really aggrieved to see him go through on goal and actually a defender go to ground and make that type of challenge. You would like to think, as an Oldham fan, something like that would get given, and that might be your opportunity back in the game.
Yeah, but as you say, attacking their own supporters in the second half with an opportunity, Oldham, to go and find that equaliser. What will the message be from Mickey Mellon at half-time, do you think, Liam? Will it be more of the same, or will he be asking for a little bit more from his players?
I think he'll want a bit more. I think earlier on in the game where they were a bit frantic, which is understandable yet again, that they needed to make a couple more passes. If you've got players like Tom Pett out there with the quality he's got, Corey Evans, you've got to use those type of players to make passes and maybe make Southend defend the moment a little bit more as a structure, to then maybe look to try and get into the box with a bit more quality in terms of actually what type of delivery is going in the box. Because players like Joe Garner, who's a fox in the box, to score goals at all different levels, the power that Mike's had, and then you've obviously got like the forward movements from Jognadathan and Kitchen joining at the back post too. It's a real tough job for Southend to keep managing those moments. So the more quality they get by maybe working the ball into better areas, so the actual contact's a little bit better when it goes in there, because we've seen them throwing a few balls in, and Southend have actually done really well. The resilience has cropped up again in terms of delivering first defensive headers and stuff like that. So he'll probably say just to be calm, trust what we're doing, trust the process, the clarity that he's probably given them, what they've done all season. They've been in the playoffs all season long. They've absolutely smashed the playoffs in terms of the opponents they've come up against. They really should have nothing to fear and nothing to sort of sit back on, really, and they're probably now going to go up against 25,000 Oldham fans that are going to roar them on and try and get them to sort of suck the ball into the back of net. And once that happens, again, I talk about the snowball effect, that'll be really difficult to stop.
A huge 45 minutes ahead for Oldham Athletic at Wembley then on Total Sport on BBC Radio Manchester. Let's get some of your texts and tweets. HG Lee says it was Pett's mispass that caused the mess for the goal. That was the early goal, of course, an own goal in the end, scored by Monte, the Oldham Athletic centre-back, trying to get the ball away from the striker Charlie Kendall, and just inadvertently put it past his own keeper, and it agonisingly dribbled towards the goal line and over the line before any Oldham player could get a clearance on it. On that miss from Jognadathan, Bradley Knowles says, how's he missed? Boundary Blue says Yoga takes a bread and butter finish off the head of Fondop, has to leave that, what a chance. And Ed Buckley, oh come on Ed, this is too negative. He says it's game over, they're much wiser and better. Now, I understand where he's coming from to an extent, Liam. Southend have looked very savvy in the way they've kind of managed the game and frustrated Oldham. It's far from over, this.
Absolutely far from over. And the game in the first half, in terms of like chances in the area and on goal, if you class Mike's as being as close as it was, Oldham have come out in the fair end of those chances. And if one of them goes in, again, you're talking about a completely different story again in terms of getting the crowd up. The players out on the pitch are then sort of reassured that one of the chances has gone in and that they can go and get another. Bear in mind, they scored, was it 4 at Halifax, 3 at York? There is goals within this group. We've not even mentioned, like I said, that the players that are due to come on, they can add to that as well. This is firmly in the balance, and it's important now, like you say, that the fans, the players will keep the same and repeat what they've been asked for from the management, that the fans stay behind that, because the roar at the start of the game was unbelievable, and if that energy gets back up there again, Southend have to defend that as well as the players on the pitch, and it's a tough ask.
Thanks, Liam. We'll be back with Liam for second half commentary then. Oldham 0, Southend 1, the half-time score at Wembley in the National League promotion playoff final. Better news for Oldham's rugby players in Rugby League's Championship. They lead Hunslet by 38 points to 0. Earlier on, Rochdale getting a thumping 32-6 down at Crusaders in League One. Swinton also beaten today. They lost 38-26 at Midlands Hurricanes. In the Women's Super League, Barrow Raiders beat the Warrington Wolves by 14 points to 6 a little earlier on today. There's also cricket ongoing today. England chasing 309 to beat the West Indies in a one-day international. They made a terrible start. They were 2 for 2, England. They have recovered to 63 for 2 in the 9th over of that one. Lancashire Thunder have been victorious in the Vitality Blast. That's in the women's game. After making 140, they bowled out Durham for 122 inside 19 overs. The men's team also take on Durham in a doubleheader a little bit later on this evening. That's you up to date with the latest scores. A couple of other things to mention for you. In Formula 1, Oscar Piastri has won the Spanish Grand Prix with Lando Norris second and Charles Leclerc third. Max Verstappen was handed a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision which dropped him to 10th after he collided with Mercedes' George Russell late on.
On BBC iPlayer.
There are forces beyond this universe, and when these vast creatures look down on us, our entire reality is in danger.
Doctor Who. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Manchester.
Total Sport on BBC Radio Manchester as the Oldham players emerge from the tunnel down in front of us. They're out early for the start of the second half here, keen to get the action back underway. Bit of breaking news for you today as well. Manchester United have confirmed they've agreed a deal with Wolves for the signing of the Brazil striker Matheus Cunha, the 26-year-old, set to become United's first signing of the summer. That's after the club activated a release clause in his Wolves contract of £62.5 million. He will sign a 5-year deal at Old Trafford with the option of a further 12 months beyond that. Cunha was in Manchester over the weekend to complete his medical with the club. The deal is still subject to visa approval, but it is expected to be completed once Cunha returns from international duty with Brazil later this month. Right, Southend are emerging from the tunnel too, so we're almost ready to get the action back underway at Wembley. 45 minutes left in Oldham Athletic season, or there could be more if they can get themselves level, but they need a goal in the next 45 if they are to extend their campaign any further. This promotion final, one of these teams is heading back to the Football League. As it stands at Southend, can Oldham change things in the second 45 minutes? Let's rejoin your commentary team here at Wembley. Liam Hogan, the former Oldham defender, is alongside Alex Whittington.
And Oldham Athletic will be kicking towards their fans in the West End at Wembley in this half. They came agonisingly close to an equaliser with that Mike Fondop chance just before the break. They were out a good couple of minutes before the Southend United players here, just going through some warm-ups before the Reds of the Shrimpers emerged. Southend 1, Oldham 0. If we're in for a pulsating first half, I think we're in for an even better second half. And we're underway in the second 45 minutes of this National League playoff final. These two teams, starved of success in recent years, looking to get back into the Football League. And immediately a long ball from Oldham is cleared by Southend for a throw-in on the far side as Yoganathan was challenging, and it will be the Latics who will have their first opportunity of the second half. Attacking their end, you can hear those Oldham fans. There's still some blue and orange balloons being floated aloft. They haven't sat down all half. Long ball by Ogle. It's thrown into the box. The head's got, it's flicked on. It's bouncing around in the box. Huge claims for a penalty, and it has been given by the referee. It was Garner challenging underneath it. He went down. Referee Elliot Bell pointed to the spot. Southend keeper Nick Hayes has got his head in his hands. But the referee, no hesitation, a melee of bodies were in the way there, and Oldham will have the chance to get an equaliser inside the first minute of this second half, Liam Hogan.
Yeah, absolutely perfect timing. Straight out the blocks, out early, because probably Mickey just says it's the same message, go and deliver what you've just done. And when there's bodies in the box surrounding the football like that, there's grappling going on. The minute you go to ground, which it looks like Goodliff goes to ground, is it?
There's a few players down there. Good.
Manny Monte's in there.
Monte goes down. Garner goes down as well. Garner's been held. I think Monte's been held.
Goodliff is. Goodliff goes to ground, sticks his leg out, and again, similar to the first one, if you put your leg out and you slide, you're going to make contact with the player. You're giving a decision for the referee to make, and I think he's got this one spot on.
They didn't get a penalty in the first half. They've got one right at the start of this second, and it will be Joe Garner, 37 years of age, in front of the Oldham fans to get the Latics level in this National League playoff final. He's got 2 goals in the playoffs so far. Is it going to be a third for him this afternoon at Wembley? Takes a deep breath. Garner steps up and slots it calmly into the right-hand corner of the goal. The Oldham fans go crazy away to the right-hand side, and Joe Garner is celebrating in front of them. He leaps into the air. His teammates around him. He's punching the air right in front of the travelling Latics fans. They are pumped up because they are back level in the National League playoff final. A minute and a bit on the clock in the second half. It's Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 1.
That's what Oldham do to you. Any chance to get balls coming in your box, ask questions, and then there's no cooler head inside the stadium than Joe Garner. He's been in these positions many a time. He slots that opposite side to the goalie. What a finish.
There is an orange flare that's gone onto the pitch. Another one's gone off in the West Stand. Those Oldham fans all on their feet. They're twirling their scarves above their heads, all clad in blue. They are waving it. The flags have come out. A few tops have come off as well from those Atleticos. Bit of bedlam over there in the West Stand because they are back level and they've moved a step closer, perhaps, maybe, to getting back in the Football League after 3 years of exile in non-league. Mickey Mellon's still got his hands on his hips. I don't think he's moved from them. It was such a calm penalty, wasn't it? That one from Joe Garner. Not right in the corner of the right-hand side, but the keeper, Hayes, had committed himself the other way, and he just slotted it. Cool head, Liam.
Yeah, that's a massive penalty. It's a massive moment in the game. Look at the energy now in the Oldham end. This is going to be a massive lift for the players. I'm just looking around at Southend players. How do they deal with this moment now? You know, Oldham had to do it, and they had a real positive sort of reaction. There's a stoppage obviously in play now to deal with the players that have been on the pitch. So this is a bit of time now for Oldham to get amongst themselves, the players, just to rally. You can see Mike Fondop talking to Manny Monte there, giving him some information. You know, they're back level terms now. The game is probably in the balance now for Oldham to take it beyond Southend, I would have thought.
It's the perfect start, isn't it? You couldn't have asked for a better start to that first half though, Liam. Getting that penalty so early in it as the flare is removed, and we'll be underway shortly. Just listen to that sound. Just listen to those Oldham Athletic fans. They are bouncing up and down in that West End. as we're underway. We resume 50 minutes played now. Who is going to get this winner in this National League playoff final? Southend get the ball on the edge of the Oldham Athletic box. It's Jack Bridge who heels it. The ball is blocked though by Ogle. Shouts of handball from the Southend fans. It's now with Hassan. He's got Ogle up ahead of him. He could go down the right-hand side, or down the left-hand side, and it is out for a throw-in to the Shrimpers, in line with the Oldham Athletic box on the left-hand side. And it'll be taken and thrown long by Jack Bridge, who's got a pie Forson, comes short. Instead he turns, and the ball collected on the left-hand edge of the box by Ogle. It's now cleared by Garner, who tries to send Jürgen Nathan off down the right-hand flank, but well across there by defender Taylor, and it's cleared by the goalkeeper Max Hayes. Now Southend got a bit of a chance to get back in this. There's a high foot against Charlie Kendall. Is there? No. Referee waves play on, and Manny Monte goes long. Fondop gets the ball on his left knee, surges forward. He's being tackled by Miley, shrugs him off, lays it to the right-hand side, and Garner, his ball across the box doesn't quite find Pritchard, but Fondop gets it. Right-hand edge of the box, offside flag has gone up for Garner, who prostrates against the fourth official, and it will be a free kick to Southend United. But Oldham almost carved them open there, Liam. It was just that ball back across, wasn't it, by Garner, that didn't quite find the right man. Yeah, and then I'm also looking at the ball that goes into Mike Fondop. He's obviously got this, he wants to make a difference. You know, he's probably a yard outside the 18-yard box. Can you get on the half turn? Did you scan beforehand? There's no defender that's come up behind you. Can you go and take that ball into the box? Similarly in the first half, you've got to ask the defender to defend you in the box. Who knows what happens? I would like to see Mike, he took the safe option of playing out to Joe Garner again, to go and take the opportunity to dribble in the box and make something happen. I think some of those Oldham fans might have missed the goal. I think there's a few just heading back in now. They scored so early on in this second half. Penalty from Garner. He's got the ball and sprays it from right to left, looking for the onrushing Kitchen. Just eludes the Oldham Athletic left back though, and it's out for a throw-in to Southend United. How do you just kind of, because there's so many emotion flying around at the moment, Liam, how do those Oldham players just dial into it, or just kind of make sure they're fully focused? Yeah, I mean, you're seeing just as Oldham scored a goal that Southend go right down the other end and potentially open them up again, and it's great to see that both teams really want this so badly. Mrs. Gunnar is a great game going into the second half, but you're probably at your worst when you've just scored a goal because your emotions are so high. You need to get to a level where you can manage things, little chats, little words, little reset moments, to know what clarity again you're getting out of the job that you need to do as a team. As Ralph, the Southend captain, comes up against Jürgen Nathan by the left-hand touchline. Now it's Bridge who slots it infield to Hassan. Chasing back comes Fondop, but only falls to Kendall inside the box. Sliding tackle comes across there by Oldham, and it's almost clipped across to a Southend man. It's headed clear by Manny Monte. And Miley, though, will recycle it and bring it forward with Hassan on the right-hand side now as the Shrimpers attack. Ball dinked into the box by Scott Morris. Players challenging for it, and it's lofted clear by Monte again. Such an imposing figure at the back as Oldham bring it forward, coming across the halfway line. Oh, ball just gets caught under Pritchard's feet there, and two Southend players come back and manage to win the ball back, and a free kick given against Tom Pett on Jerseyman Cav Marley just inside the Southend half. So 8 minutes played then in this second half. Oldham, a goal scored just inside it as they get the equaliser against Southend United in this National League playoff final. Two great clubs looking to get back into the Football League, who've had their troubles, both of them in recent times. Oldham pushed to the brink before Frank Rothwell, the local businessman, the nicest man in football perhaps, took over the club 3 years ago. And they and Southend United, who themselves had a winding up order last year, they were brought by a consortium made up of local businessmen as well. Two teams means so much to both of them, but they are pegged level at one apiece. 10 minutes played in this second half on Total Sport. Cav Marley by Jack Bridge by the left-hand touchline. A Pia Forson ball comes into the box, comes off the head of the Southend player, and it's out for a goal kick. to Hudson in front of the Southend fans, who have been quietened, Liam, at the start of this second half.
Yeah, the level on the field's gone up. You see some intensity in the tempo then, but obviously the level from the Oldham fans has reached another level too. Like you're saying, there's more shirts off now than there was at the start of the game. You know, they're starting to believe again now that this is going to be their final. But again, we talk about Southend, they seem to enjoy these moments where they get asked the question, you know, can you come again, can you come again? And they've already shown a couple of glimpses that they've gone into Oldham's half quite early on, as Mark Kitchen's obviously just down at the minute. Yeah,
Mark Kitchen down from that challenge that just resulted in the goal kick to Hudson. He's down on the edge of his penalty box as the physio comes running on. Does look in some discomfort. It was him that beckoned the physio to come on. Looking at his right leg on the corner of the box there. He's almost twisted over there, isn't he, Liam? As he looks in some discomfort.
Yeah, he's having a wriggle into it. I mean, if it isn't, and it's a moment where it's a reset for the players to go over to the manager, you just don't know, because they've got that much experience within there. You know, Kitchen's been pretty much an ever-present throughout most of the season, so for him to miss any minutes would take quite a bit, to be fair. But as you can see down at pitch side now, you've got, you know, Gary Brabin, Scott Davis. Mickey's had his hands up to sort of Vimal Yoganathan to say, you know, calm in these moments. Quite a young sort of person to be in these types of experiences, so maybe to give him a little bit of advice. Joe Garner speaking to him now. Again, it's just another reset moment from when Oldham will take the kick-off again to go about usual business.
Yeah, as Kitchen gets slowly to his feet and jogs off to the far side. He's okay, he will continue. As you were saying, Liam, been pretty much an ever-present 42 appearances in this National League campaign. For the 29-year-olds, popped up with 3 goals too, including one against Halifax in the first leg of the playoffs. A man who won the National League title with Stockport County as well. As we're about to resume then, Oldham fans in front of us twirling scarves above their heads. The orange balloons as well being lofted into the sky. They'll be hoping that later on it's their Oldham heroes that loft the National League trophy into the Wembley skies. But it's 1-1, 12 minutes played of this second half. The ball kicked long by Hudson, and Kendall trying to scrap at the back for Oldham Athletic, who've got the ball clear, and they're looking for the head of Yoganathan, but it's won by Goodliff. And Yoganathan again, the 19-year-old, trying to flick it round the corner, but it's Cav Miley who brings the ball forward for the Essex side. And now Hudson's got space to run into on the left-hand side. He lays it to Bridge up against the Oldham players. Ball comes into the box. It's going to be headed clear again by Monte, being dominated, and again the centre-back heads it clear for Oldham. So important now that they just keep calm, keep their heads, and are able to perhaps keep this Southend side at bay. Slightly scrappy in the past couple of minutes, and it's all the way back with Goodliff, who plays it further back to his keeper Hayes, who joined from Barnet in January. Lost on penalties, did Nick Hayes. Went at Barnet to Bromley in last year's National League playoff finals, so he'll be wanting to banish those demons with a Southend United goalkeeper. As his captain, Ralph, clips it long, but only as far onto the head of Ogle. Southend will bring the ball up just inside the Oldham Athletic half with Hussin. We've seen a little bit more of the ball in recent moments, and Taylor on the right hand side now with Scott Morris, and Southend having a little bit of possession here, Liam.
Yeah, the last few minutes have been quite in between the two teams really, so these will probably be a welcome rest moment on the ball for Southend, but also for Oldham, who will believe their structure to be quite solid, to just say, look, yeah, you can go and have the ball in front of us a little bit, let us reset.
As it opens up for Hussin just outside the box, but it's blocked by 2 Oldham players, and Oldham will win a free kick foul on Pets inside their own half.
Yeah, as I was just saying, I think it was just a little bit of a spar in between the two teams really, because they've just been through a couple of frantic moments to sort of settle down, have a bit of possession Southend, and Oldham just to manage the game out of possession in their structure. I'm just looking at it now, we're getting to the hour mark shortly of, you know, how long you're going to get out of Joe Garner in terms of, you know, maybe looking at Kean Harriott or James Norwood to come on and help with that, and also on the flip side of that, Southend have used Macaulay Bond really well as a substitution. You know, he's really effective at stretching teams, and obviously his pedigree as well up the leagues have maybe give Southend something to get back into the game, that side of things as well.
Yeah, loads of options on the bench for both these sides. James Norwood, who has only had 27 appearances in an injury hit campaign for him, the 34-year-old, part of Mickey Mellon's Tranmere side that achieved promotion on this stage. So he knows what it takes. As we tick past the hour mark on Total Sport, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Sounds. Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 1. Both goals coming at the start of each half. An own goal by Manny Monte under pressure from Kendall. Looked like it had come off the Southend player, but then it did take a touch off the Oldham defender early on in the 4th minute of the game, and then just seconds on the clock in the second half. Penalty. Monte, Garner were all involved, going down in the box in front of the Oldham fans, and Garner made no mistake from the spot. So we are level here with under 30 minutes left of the National League playoff final. Jack Bridge, foot on the ball, on the touchline, the left-hand side, plays it to Hassan now, who sprays it from the centre to the right-hand side and dinked forward, looking for Apaya Forson, who's been well marshalled and in fact gives a free kick against Oldham Athletic on that left-hand side against Mark Kitchen, and he's been quieter in this second half, hasn't he? That was where a lot of the threats were coming from in the first Southend, Apaya Forson, but Oldham have now sort of stifled that in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think his movement actually, where he pulls out wide and lets Scott Morris go slightly in advance of him, was working a little bit more in terms of who goes with him and who doesn't. There's clear clarity in the Oldham side that Tom Pett is to follow Apaya Forson to allow Manny Monte, Charlie Raglan and Ogle to deal with the front two. But what that does give you for Southend is that if Pett is following him in there, that they'll have the spare man on the recycle of the football. So whether they use that well enough is all.
Yoganathan clips the ball into Fondop on his chest to the left-hand side of the 6-yard box. Back to goal, lays it back to Garner now. Bodies in the box, Yoganathan and Fondop. Ball clipped in, looking now for Pritchard and Yoganathan, who arrive and headed clear. Flash shot into the foot of Fondop, who turns. Great save down to his left-hand side by Hayes. It was a split turn by Fondop. He swiveled and tried to slot it past the Southend keeper, who got down smartly to his left-hand side and pushed it wide. It stays 1-1.
Yeah, they'll be aggrieved again there. Mike again in front of goal. I still think he's going to have a big moment in this game, I can see it. I just know him, I know how his season's gone. There will be another big moment for him, and I can't say that he's not going to have an effect on this match. But in terms again of Oldham getting balls into the box, you see Vermal competing for it, Tom Pett coming on the seconds, keeping the attack alive. It's a great save in the end by Hayes.
Another big chance for Fondop as Yoganathan brings the ball forward and tries to find his front man, but it goes through to Nick Hayes. Does Fondop have to score there, Liam?
I think he would like to get a clearer connection with his first shot. I think he drags it a little bit, which allows Hayes to get down the pace of the ball. Again, Oldham come on the attack now. They're really pushing Southend back.
They are indeed, and it's Pritchard. Oh, he couldn't quite lay it to his right-hand side in front. Ogle, who gives the free kick away, and some respite for Southend United there, because Mike Fondop, 2 huge chances for the Oldham frontman as Southend start to bring on the substitutions. And you mentioned him a little bit earlier, Liam. Macaulay Bonne will be coming on for Charlie Kendall. The number 9 comes on, Macaulay Bonne. And they're also going to take off Jack Bridge as well, and replaced by Leon Horilon coming on, number 19, who started their win on penalties against Forest Green. So those 2 coming on. You did say that would be a real option, and Mayors made the changes.
Yeah, it's probably a like for like in terms of Bonne again will offer that running behind to test the defenders, while Hopper tries to obviously be the foundation platform to play off. The one obviously that might affect things is this Leon Perillion, who in the game at Roots Hall gave Oldham a lot of problems down the left-hand side, and he actually got down the left and created the moment for Apaya Forson to score that goal when they won the 1-0 game. He had a couple of chances himself to go past Ogle, I think it might have been at right back. So he again is an attacking player that will look to affect.
Yeah, look to affect things. So Southend blink first as Yoganathan tries to launch onto the ball inside the Southend box. He's doing really well, the 19-year-old. Eventually, though, it is won back by Southend, and Perillon straight into the game now on that left-hand side as he strides forward. Hassan's got the ball. He's got Perillon on his left-hand side. Here he comes then. the substitute with 25 minutes left, but Pett comes across and concedes the throw-in. So 25 minutes then to go. Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 1 in the National League promotion final. One of these two great clubs will be back in the Football League, and you do not want to miss it on BBC Radio Manchester. Carillon then on the left-hand side, exchanging passes with Cav Marley, and Hussin now gets it and lays it with his right boots to Scott Morris, who's coming up against Mark Kitchen. And a challenge in Monte right on the edge of the box with Hopper. Great work by the Oldham defender. He wins the challenge. He launches the ball long, looking for Garner, who's been relentlessly chasing all game so far. This one though, Southend will bring it back. It's again a little bit stretched, Liam.
It's starting to go from back to front a bit more now. You see another ball going in over the top, and there's a 37-year-old Joe Garner chasing stuff down, trying to use his experience to buy a free kick. He's got himself a corner. Yeah,
got himself a corner. Scott Morris conceding it, and it will be a corner kick to Oldham Athletic, who are going to make their first change. Uçek Bulan it's going to be, the number 17, and they're taking off Pritchard for him. So Pritchard off then, Uçek Bulan on. Thoughts, Liam?
It looks like just a straight swap in terms of Uçek Bulan will probably play as maybe a right wing back in this. He's got a lot of pace, he's a great ball carrier, he's got power. He'll probably try and affect down this side with Perillion just coming on as well.
So the Nigerian takes a place up on the edge of the box. It's a corner kick then to Oldham, which Pett will take. Referee just having a word with Manny Monte and Jack Bridge of Cav Marley, who are all clustered on the goal line, on Nick Hayes' goal. We're at the Oldham end in front of the West stand. Here it comes, ball clipped in for the corner. Lots of bodies go up, headed clear though by Southend. And Apaya Forson, great challenging tackle there, comes in from Corey Evans, using his experience there on the youngster Apaya Forson, and it's a goal kick to Southend United then. 23 minutes left in this playoff final. Oldham 1, Southend 1. Some of the changes have been made. Uçek Bulan, 1 goal this season, spent time on Eastleigh on loan. Also spent a season last year at Rochdale as well. Goal kick then to be taken by Nick Hayes as Mickey Mellon takes a sip of water, removing himself from the edge of his technical area where he has spent the past 67 minutes. And it's Kitchen who's got the ball on the left-hand side. Plays it now infield to Evans, who's being marshalled by Hopper. And Evans and Monte exchanging passes. He's on the halfway line. He's got Garner ahead of him. That's where the ball's going. Yoganathan tries to get in, but is adjudged to be offside by the official. 22 minutes left, 1-1.
Yeah, a little bit better that from Oldham in terms of just having a little bit of football, and like I said from before, trying to create that space so that Corey Evans can get a better quality delivery. I think he went the wrong side, but that was a very difficult ball to play that one straight into Joe Garner. I think he could have come out this side. But just in terms of just those extra couple of passes, which beats the press to Southend, gives him then an open pitch to select what pass he wants to do rather than just sort of lump it in there.
Garner goes down under the challenge by Southend. He tries to nip back into it, but Southend will bring the ball forward now, and it is Apaya Fonson, cuts inside from the right hand side, but turns away and lays it to Scott Morris. And now Southend have got an opportunity. The ball tried to be laid in to Apaya Fonson. He goes down under a slight challenge, but the referee, I don't think there was enough there for the referee to give it, and Oldham will clear. Manny Monte eventually does clear, but it was Apaya Fonson who burst into the box on the right hand side and tried to win his team a penalty kick with 20 minutes left to go, as he got in behind Evans. So Evans using his experience, and what do you make of that?
See, again, this is a tale of a few penalty decisions, this one. He's got himself in between the man and the ball. I don't think there's enough contact really to warrant a penalty. I think he's done really well in terms of not committing himself fully to the tackle, Corey Evans, and the referee's waved it away.
52,115 the attendance here at Wembley for a fifth-tier playoff final. That is a record attendance in a National League playoff final. It beats the previous record of 47,029, which was Bristol Rovers against Grimsby 10 seasons ago. What an effort from all of these fans that have made their way to Wembley. And with 20 minutes left, we are no closer, Liam Hogan, to finding out who is going to get back into the Football League.
No, both are still having a good go, but just going back to that 52,000 at stage 5 in the English football pyramid is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, obviously I've been around the league quite a few years now, and I know what types of teams have been down and probably left the league, or maybe just starting to maybe use the takeover to start a new journey again. And this is probably so fitting to represent the league in terms of the numbers of the fan bases for Southend and Oldham.
And it's two teams, isn't it, that with fan bases that they have, can both deserve to be in the Football League, really. It's a shame that they both can't be in there with it 2 up, 2 down.
No, and that's the exciting factor that the playoffs in the National League system do bring. I mean, if it would have been that it was bottlenecked even further to 3 up, would Southend have been able to compete in the playoffs from the position they were a couple of games before the playoffs? That 7th spot allowed them to get in on the last day of the season and now be able to compete to get into the EFL. So yeah, there are fors and there are against. I would obviously, playing in the league, want to keep big teams with us because we get to play against them all the time, but at the same time the system should allow teams that are, you know, well established off the field as well as on the field to be able to go and compete higher up. You know, you get 4 spaces in League 2 to get yourself out there with the 3 automatics and the 1 in the playoff. And I think obviously if you're performing and you've got the fan base, you know, why you should be sort of rejected from being in there just because it only one out of 6 teams, which is very difficult to get out of. It's a separate cup competition in itself.
Yeah, really tough to get out of this. One of these teams will do so. The other, though, it will be another season in the 5th tier of English football. 18 minutes left as Fondop shrugs off a couple of challenges and lays it to Pet, who squirms it forward to Yoga Nathan, challenging with the defence, and keeper Hayes comes off his line and right-footed boots it out. In fact, doesn't quite boot it out because Perillon does well to keep it in there, but almost opened up for Yoga Nathan's pace. As Fondop there did well, didn't he, Liam? Coming back and winning the ball and setting Oldham on their way. Yeah,
again, he likes to join the play. He has that little bit of freedom and he knows he's got the strength to be able to come and support, play and link it, and a couple of good moments have come from him dropping deep, and he's obviously played the through ball, and then 2 choices really to play. Vimal Yoganathan was the ball that was central. There was a ball wide as well to Jez. Both could have gone in on goal, but it was well read again by the Southend defender.
As Monte now, his orange boots matching the orange balloons that are away in that west stand with those Oldham fans, as we are going to see very shortly James Norwood being thrown on by Mickey Mellon. Perhaps for Ghana, do you think, Liam?
I would like to think so. I think he thinks probably Mike Fondop's got something to offer this game still in terms of what we just saw, and also in the box as well. And having somebody fresh like Norwood up around him might give it some energy up the top line.
Pet, left-hand edge of the box, slots the ball into Ghana. Defenders coming back trying to claim it, and it does eventually bobble into the hands of Nick Hayes. Couldn't quite fall there for Ghana as he slowly gets to his feet. And we've got a player down inside the penalty area, which will give us time to bring on James Norwood. Receiving, looks like he's got cramp potentially there, being stretched out, the Southend player. Well, it's a humid day and it has been a fiery encounter so far, which is 1 apiece, and it will be Joe Garner who will be making his way off the field for James Norwood. And those Oldham fans, to a man, woman and child, stand and applaud Joe Garner as he takes the applause and returns it and jogs off the pitch. And he's put in a brilliant shift today, Liam.
Yeah, and that just epitomises, you know, when you've got a team that's playing week in, week out, but then you've got a squad behind it. Joe Garner's not really featured much this season, barring the back end and then in the playoffs. But what an effect he's had for the club in those games. He's got the goal in this final that puts Oldham sort of on the brink still of getting into the Football League. And at 37 years of age, he's running the channels for you, he's doing the hard yards, he's giving everything. That's exactly what you want to see as a teammate. And obviously now James Norwood's got to take that mantle on himself and be able to do that for his side and help Mike and the others try and get this game over the line.
So James Norwood, 34-year-old, replacing 37-year-old Joe Garner. James Norwood then was born the year that Oldham Athletic last achieved promotion, all the way back in 1991 when they beat Sheffield Wednesday to get into the top flight 3-2 on the 11th of May. Is the 1st of June 2025 going to be their next promotion? It's 1-1, 15 minutes left to go. Scott Morris, the Southend right back, turns and spirals the ball back to Harry Taylor and Goodliff now. Game slowed down slightly a little bit, Liam, hasn't it, here with 15 left to go?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be fair. I think both teams have actually had a really good go at this final, and that's the one thing you can't have is regrets of turning up and not showing up. Both teams have laid a glove on each other, and I think that's, as a manager, that's all you can ask for in terms of have to give themselves in the best possible sort of way, and I think both have so far. Albeit, yeah, there's been probably more chances from Oldham's end, and maybe Southend feel aggrieved in a couple of penalty decisions, but we sit level at the minute because of how both teams have sort of affected this game.
Another change then for the Essex side as Cam Miley's replaced by Ollie Coker. Ollie Coker, who played in that penalty win in the semi-final against Forest Green. So he comes on then, replacing the Jerseyman. And it is a free kick to Southend United, which he will go across and take straight away, get a touch instantly coming on to the pitch, midway inside the Oldham Athletic half. 14 minutes left of this National League promotion final. One apiece between the side from the northwest and the side from the southeast. Coker chips the ball into the box. It almost fell there. In fact, it's been given as a foul against Southend United, and it'll be a goal kick to Oldham. 1-1. Total Sport, BBC Radio Manchester, as perhaps for the first time a few nerves creeping in to these Oldham fans. That's the and why not? Because, well, it's like they're starting to come up. It's like they're listening to us. Some flags being waved aloft. You can see some children down there who can't be that much above the age of 10 feverishly waving their flags. They would have been brought up on this club by their dads, their mums, their granddads, their grandmas, because it means so much. BBC Radio Manchester, perhaps they've got that in their earpieces because they're now finding their voices in the West Stand as the sun peeks through. You haven't missed anything. We've got an Oldham free kick just inside the Southend United half, taken short. Exchanging passes now, Ogle and Pett, and he brings the ball forward now. On the left-hand side, Kitchen, who's been up and down that flank tirelessly this half. He's got a Pyer Forson up against him. Instead goes back to Pett, who lofts the ball into the box. Bodies go down under it. Mike Fondop's one of them. Ball cleared, though, by Southend. And they'll race through, and a sliding tackle there comes in from Corey Evans, who will be booked on Macaulay Bonne. Launched himself at the substitute. And the no surprises that referee Elliot Bell brings out the yellow cards. Bonne down, clutching his legs. And Corey Evans becomes the second Oldham Athletic player to go into the book. So Liam, 12 minutes left to go. Are we going to get a winner in normal time, or do you think we're going to head all the way for extra time?
Obviously, the way the game's gone now, like you say, it's kind of hit a moment where we're poised. Yes, there's potential that we could get a goal because both teams have put, like I said, they've both had a go at each other. They've both put efforts on goal. They put both balls in the box to try and ask questions of each other, but we might be looking at maybe edging towards the extra time, which is why obviously you can sense the little feeling around the ground that it's a bit more subdued. What I was going to go back to was before that is obviously Oldham just actually being here today, albeit the result is a much more promising factor for them from where they have come from. So obviously it'll all be on the result today, but to be competing in these types of games again is a real step forward for the club.
Header forward by Goodliff, picked up in the left back position by Pett now, who brings it forward. Sliding challenge comes in, he wins the free kick on the halfway line. 1-1 then. Tom Pett using plenty of experience there, on loan from Cheltenham. He's been here, he's won the League 2 playoff final before, securing promotion with Port Vale. So there is plenty of experience at this stage in this Oldham team. What will that count for as the clock ticks past the 80-minute mark? Will we get a winner in normal time?
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, I think Tom Pett's been outstanding today, both in possession and out of possession. The way he's managed the forward runs and the way he's been...
As the ball clipped into the box, who's it going to fall for? Almost. Norwood was lurking at the back post as Kitchen swung a leg at it to try to get it to his striker, but it is cleared by Southend. And Kitchen tries to keep the ball in play on the left-hand touchline. It is 1-1 in the playoff final, live on Total Sports. Southend will start to bring the ball forwards. It's Perillon, who's on the right-hand side, attacking Manny Monte, who comes across and gets the ball back to his keeper, who clears the ball, Hudson. But Southend, they retain possession. Oldham can't quite make it stick with Fondop or Norwood, who slaps a hand in frustration there as he can't win the ball back. And it's Scott Morris who passes it into Apaya Forson. That's where a lot of the threats have come from, this Shrimpers side. In the shade on the far side, now into the sunshine with Apaya Forson. Tracking back comes Kitchen. Apaya Forson, ball comes into the box and it goes all the way, flashes across there from Scott Morris and out for a goal kick to Oldham Athletic. Men coming to the back post, but that just overhit from the Southend United right back, and it stays 1-1.
Yeah, there's just a moment there. I was going back to Tom Pett about how he affects the game. That was a moment where Tom was with the right centre-back of Southend, Harry Taylor, and it was left for Manny Monte to deal with a run of Apaya, which then created a bit of space for Gus Scott Morris to whip a ball in, albeit the quality weren't on that. But it'll just be interesting to see, because Corey Evans just seemed to pass Apaya Forson onto Manny Monte there. A bit different to what they had been doing in terms of letting Pett manage that run.
Goal kick then from Hudson, who goes long, looking for the head of Fondop, who's up challenging with Hayes, and it's with Yoganathan then. He tries to create something on the left-hand touchline, but Southend win the ball back. I've seen a couple of bright bursts from Yoganathan, but not one for a while. The 19-year-old gets the ball at his front feet. When there's a gap in front of them, he's the driving force for this Oldham side. And the ball is back on the left-hand side with goalkeeper Matt Hudson. Kept 2 clean sheets in their 2 playoff games heading into this one. Oldham, 7 goals scored, none conceded. Well, they conceded early on today from Manny Monte own goal, but they did get that equaliser. The penalty converted coolly by Joe Garner at the start of the second half, and it is 1-1 with 7 minutes left at Wembley on BBC Radio Manchester. Are we going to get a winner? What we are going to get is another change made by Mickey Mellon as club captain Tom Conlon prepares to enter the pitch. And he is coming on for Vimal Yoganathan, so we won't see any more runs then from the 19-year-old, who looked good in that first half, I thought, particularly Liam.
Yeah, considering he's took to the stage at such a young age, he really affected, particularly in the first half, particularly in the games previous to that he's come here. It's been a really successful loan from himself. I think just by adding Tom Conlon into that, who will obviously manage and marshal and be a voice in and around it, really experienced, will allow maybe Tom Pett to try and make those types of runs that he was trying to do before, and allow maybe Tom to look after and Corey the defensive side of things, so that, like I said, Tom Pett can try and support Mike and James Norwood, because at the minute there's a bit of a separation happening now between sort of the midfield and the front line at Oldham that they don't really need.
So Tom Conlon then takes the field, number 10 on his back, the club captain, missed 12 games this season, injured. He has won League 2 with Port Vale as well, so again throwing on that quality, that experience is Mickey Mellon for the 3rd sub for Oldham Athletic as we enter the final 6 minutes of the National League playoff. And Southend have got the ball at the back and a bit more of this possession in the second half, and they're not doing a lot with it. In fact, Scott Morris just limply sends the ball out of play, and it'll be an Oldham throw-in now, which Manny Monte will prepare to take. Who will be the hero in this National League playoff final? Will it be Mike Fondop still on the pitch? Will it be James Norwood, who was the hero here for Tranmere, scoring the winner for Mickey Mellon's side back in the 2018 National League playoff final? Or will it be Southend, who come forward now onto the chest of Perillon? He's got the onrushing captain Ralph with him. Exchanges passes now, and a triangle being made for Southend United now, as pressure coming onto the ball. And they turn and they twist, and Perillon, edge of the box, fires it in effort, which takes a deflection off Conlon, and it's out. And you can hear those roars. That is because the Southend fans have got a corner kick down their end in the sunshine. They will be longing for that ball to rifle into the net. It will be a corner kick on the far side, on the right hand side, as they attack the goal. Big moments these. Big moments for Southend and Oldham. Corner kick preparing to take. It'll be an outswinger. The bodies have gone forwards. There's 7 players inside that penalty area, as here it comes, but it's comfortably headed clear in the end by Manny Monte. Hussin gets it back to his right hand side now. Ball comes into the box, looking for someone. Eventually it does take a deflection. It's a header into the hands of keeper Hudson, straight at him. He falls on it and sends Oldham flying forward now. Here they come. Are we going to get that late winner? Busting a gut right in front of us on the right hand side is Norwood, but his pass can't find Petts. And Southend with Perillon.
They're both having a really, really good go at this. Fair play to both teams. We said there was a bit of a lull in the game, but they've literally just gathered the second wind here, both together, to release the ball very quickly from Matt Hudson. Obviously a header in the box from Goodliff, which we know is a threat from the previous game. And to be fair, they've again fought it out, Southend.
They certainly have. Goodliff on loan from Colchester United. As we're hearing the Southend fans, that is, away to the left-hand side, they may sense something's about to happen. It's Ralph then, their captain, plays it into the feet of Coker, who's come on. He exchanges it with another sub, Perillon, who tries to chip the ball into the box. Ralph, first time, does get it into the box, headed clear by Monte, but it only falls as far as Scott Morris cries of shoot. He does shoot on the half volley. At the near post there was Matt Hudson, straight into his arms. He got down on the ball, but for a second it looked like that might have been heading into the right hand corner of the goal, Liam.
Yeah, it doesn't look like either team want this to go to the extra time. They're both still trying. Southend have had the better play in the last few sort of minutes. Obviously grateful that that's gone into Matty Hudson's hands, but in terms of the play, they're starting to ask questions again of Oldham, who are starting to look a little bit tired now.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit ragged. Oldham, they give the ball away to Per Forson, and it's coming forward, but great sliding tackle by Conlon there, who gets in. He's got fresh legs, and he tries to send another sub forward in Norwood. It's just inches, well, it's more than inches, it's too far in the end for the Oldham Athletic striker, and it's Southend then who will recycle. We're coming up to 2 minutes left. You sense the energy building again as we reach the crescendo of this National League playoff final. Are we going to get a winner in normal time, or are we going to go all the way into extra time? As the sun goes behind the clouds, all of Wembley now in shades. It's tense, it's tight, it's one apiece on BBC Radio Manchester. It's Ralph with Coker, who turns, trying to get past Uchambula, who does well to stand up, and Southend though keep the ball. Goodliff has it. 90 seconds left of normal time. Hayes on the right hand touchline now. Oldham sitting quite deep as Scott Morris clips the ball forward, looking for a Per Forson, tries to get on his chest, and it's swiveled and cleared by Manny Monte. And Scott Morris, look at him on the far side there, arms aloft, getting that energy from the Southend crowd as he wins a throw-in in front of them on that right-hand side. And all their players, bar goalkeeper Nick Hayes, are inside Oldham's half. The throw-in goes short to Hussin. Scott Morris, ball into the box, zooms across the surface and into the hands of Matt Hudson again as we enter the final minute of normal time. Hudson slipped but was fouled, so we'll have a slight breather and a free kick given against Southend United, and a yellow card disrupting play there for Southend. Big moments these now, aren't they, Liam?
Yeah, you just feel that obviously he's just generated all that energy, Scott Morris. You know, use your long throw, get it in the box, or when the ball does come back to you, you type across again. We're going to look at the type across that he's selected. stick it in the air, give the players in the box a chance to go and compete for that. It might even be not the first contact that you get, it might be a knockdown. But again, thankfully and safely, it's been in Matty Hudson's hands, who's been safe all game, and he gets a chance to put it up the field again now for Oldham to have another goal before the final whistle.
Tom Hopper booked then for fouling goalkeeper Hudson, and he goes long, does the Oldham goalkeeper, and we are going to have 9 minutes of added on time as Conlon Oy tried to chip it from the centre outside the box to the right hand side, and Uchenbula, but it's Perillan who brings it clear. 9 minutes added on. And Liam, where's that come from?
I think the game has been quite stop-start in terms of maybe Oldham trying to manage it with a couple of players down, but in terms of some of the tackles that have been flying in, they've been quite full-blooded, so there's been a couple of treatments. But obviously for us, we don't want this to finish. We want to see an ending to this. We want to get a goal in this normal time, really. And what an emphatic moment it's going to be for whoever does get that.
Oldham attacking their own end. Fondop gets the throw onto his chest now, lays it back to Pett, who squares outside the box to Kitchen, fires it wide of the right hand post. What an effort that was. Almost the winner for Oldham Athletic. It was a snapshot outside the box with his left foot. He fired it, just flashed wide of Nick Hayes' goal. Great effort there from the Oldham Athletic left back, Liam.
Yeah, Mike Fondop doing great work again into his chest, set back for an advanced Tom Pett to be in and around that area, sleeves it on Kitchen's left foot. He actually gets a really good strike to go across the goal along the floor, and it's just missed the post again, similar to Mike Fondop's in the first half.
And keeper Nick Hayes, very grateful that went wide, because he didn't even make an effort to dive for it. Did the Southend shot stopper. Ball then goes long. 90 seconds played of the added on time. Mike Fondop hustling into the box, left hand side, 3 men were on him there, and eventually it was Hayes who smashes it clear for Southend United, who won a free kick against Hopper, or for Hopper, inside the Oldham half. And Monte and Appiah Forson scrapping together. Monte pulls back Appiah Forson and picks himself up a yellow card. 1-1.
Couple of stretches going on now in terms of a few of the players. Noor Hussain there in Southend does some great work defensively. The guys have left absolutely everything out of it from both teams, and it's been a good final to watch as a bit of a neutral, really. But just at the end there, just the quality's not quite right. Manny wants to drive forward with the ball, gets it stuck under his feet, and obviously has to give the foul away, manage the game again. It's probably a good breather for both teams to have quickly while another sub's made.
Yeah, with 7 minutes left of this, Josh Walker comes on for Tom Hopper, who's just gone into the book. Josh Walker going on then up top alongside Macaulay Bond. So Southend have changed both of their strikers. Josh Walker, the Burton, summer sign, as the ball comes into the Oldham box, and it's flicked out to Uchenbula on the right hand edge of the penalty area, who spirals the ball forwards, and Southend slide it out for a throw in then right in front of the technical area, and Ogle will trot forward to take it just in front of his manager Mickey Mellon. Black gilet on, arms, hands on hips from the Oldham Athletic manager. 6 minutes left. Ogle with the throw-in. Those the Oldham fans you can hear on BBC Radio Manchester, just goes past Fondop, and free kick, and it'll be taken by Nick Hayes then. So 6 minutes left of this one. How are the nerves, Oldham fans? How are the fingernails? Have you got any left? Those Oldham fans away to a right-hand side, again standing on their feet, sprinkles of orange in there for the away kit amongst all of the blue, as Hayes goes long with his free kick, but Oldham win the ball back. Conlon just inside his half, scrapping with Perillan, and it is the Southend man who plays it to his skipper, and Ralph goes long, and Oldham will look to win the ball back onto the chest of Mike Fondop. Now it opens up as he sends the ball into the left back position, and Mark Kitchen, who comes forward. 5 minutes left. Norwood wants it played, instead he goes short with Pett, and now with Evans inside the D, inside the centre circle. And Ogle, now it's taken up by Corey Evans again, who brings it forward. He's got Walker challenging him, gets it on the left hand side to Kitchen, but Southend doing well just to block it and make sure that Oldham have to recycle and go all the way back to keeper Hudson now. He goes long. 4.5 minutes left. 1-1. Mike Fondop knocks it down, doesn't fall to Norwood. There was a second where it looked like it might do, but the ball bounced under his feet. He couldn't unleash the shot, and it's kept and claimed by keeper Hayes. It's 1-1.
Yeah, that was his moment. He's obviously, his eyes lit up. It's a great knockdown from Mike again, and if he gets a clean contact on that, he's troubling the goalkeeper, to be fair, James. He just couldn't get the right connection on it.
Yeah, he didn't get any connection on it, did he? I don't think really. Just missed it, swung a boot and missed it, and Oldham couldn't find that winner. 1-1, 4 minutes left of the National League playoff final. Perillan tries to go past Uchengumbula, does well though, the sub, number 17, lays it back to Regan Ogle, and Ogun will chip it forward, looking for Norwood, and he will try to find Petts, but it's won back by Southend and Coker, who doesn't find a way past Oldham Athletics captain Conlon, and they will have the ball all the way back with Oldham, and it's cleared by keeper Hudson. Minutes left, just over 3 of them here at Wembley in the National League playoff final, the last domestic game of the season, as Oldham, Corey Evans just trying to find Uchengumbula on the right hand side, though too far and out for a throw-in on the far side. It looks like he'll go into extra time, doesn't it, Liam?
Yeah, and it's territory that obviously Oldham haven't seen themselves into in these playoffs. Southend will probably feel a little bit reassured that they've been into these territories and these types of moments that have questioned the group, and they've had real good success off the back of it last game. Oldham there, just a couple of misplaced passes, showing a little bit of fatigue now. Might be really important to sort of revitalise this group in the little team talk that he gets shortly, Mickey Mellon, when the game does go to full time, or what subs he has left at his disposal to again bring a bit of life to this group.
Fondop goes down under a challenge, claiming his left ankle, and we'll have a brief stoppage in play. There's also a Southend United player down, and a chance perhaps for a few words from Mellon now in these final couple of minutes. Joe Garner, he's on the bench. His goal just at the start of the second half is what's claimed it back to 1-1 between these two sides. Desperately want to get back into the Football League as Hussin gets to his feet, the Southend United midfielder, followed too by Mike Fondop. And you can see, can't you? It's understandable too, Liam, what Fondop and those who have been on this pitch for 97 minutes, it's been a real battle, this.
Yeah, they both had to dig in the ball, because a lot of the stuff that's gone forward or been into the box has been like a battle or a challenge, and then off the ball they've had to work into a shape. So the leg work, the running work, it all mounts up, and you can just see it a little bit now in the quality of sort of what the game's delivering. It's a little bit safer, making better decisions in terms of not taking risks, and I think they're both going to settle for it to go to the extra time after having a real good go at trying to win it in normal time.
Yeah, and referee Elliot Bell just taking a quick look at his watch as we enter the final minutes of the added on 9 here at Wembley. Southend have the ball, a throw-in. It's the captain Ralph who's got it midway inside the Oldham half. Coker has it now, back on the halfway line with Hussin. Is there one more chance here inside the final minute on BBC Radio Manchester? It's Scott Morris from right back who clips the ball forward, looking for a Pia Forson, but Kitchen does well to bring it down, although his clearance just goes back to the Southend. Scott Morris, and Southend will have the ball back on the halfway line. 30 seconds of the stoppage time remaining here. It looks like we're going to extra time in the National League playoff final, unless Walker has the ball. Southend come forward. Walker driving, still got the ball, lays it to space with Scott Morris, who comes forward now, does the Southend right back, but it's well won by Monte. Is it? Not quite on Scott Morris, and Walker has it, right hand edge of the penalty area. Perillan now inside the box, snapshot, takes deflection, offside flag goes up, and that will probably be it once Matt Hudson takes this goal kick. In fact, the referee Elliot Bell blows his whistle, and we are heading into extra time here on the National League playoff final. These two sides a goal each, the first coming early on A Manny Monte own goal under pressure from Charlie Kendall in the first half. That saw Southend lead inside the opening 4 minutes. An equaliser came right at the start of the second half. A penalty by Joe Garner, coolly slotted away. These two couldn't be separated. At the end of normal time, it is Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 1.
Well, it's been such a good game, Liam Hogan. We don't want it to end, so let's have another half hour, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not, from a neutral who's not been out there running those hard yards and competing in all them tough moments that both sets of teams have done. They've really delivered, to be fair, without obviously adding the numbers on the score sheet. They both had opportunities, and particularly in the second half, they'll probably look to, Kitchen's long-range effort, which could have gone on the other side of the post. That would have been a great moment. But then also Mike Fondop, when the ball falls to him on the box, he's on his left foot. Mike can shoot off both feet, to be fair. He just doesn't get clean power through the ball, and it allows Hayes to get down and make the stop. There'll be moments that they rue, but they can't look back on that now. They've got to regroup now. This is, like I said, territory that they haven't been in yet. Southend have been familiar sort of situations, so whether they can use that experience to their sort of best ability, we will get to see.
Both sides kept looking for that winner right until the end, right until the 9th minute of stoppage time added on. You mentioned that Kitchen effort. I mean, wonderful technique from him. So unlucky it was just the wrong side of the post. But both sides, Southend as well, neither was settling, were they? They didn't want to make a mistake, but they were both still trying to win it right to the end. No, absolutely, and we talked about the crowd and everything else, but the actual players on the pitch, both sets of players, management, deserve this moment to go and get themselves promoted. They've shown the National League and themselves in the best possible way they could do, and neither of them can have any regrets. Yes, there's going to be a couple of missed chances here and there, moments that individuals will look at, but as an overall collective of how the teams have performed, for what they performed like in the season as well, they've given their best possible sort of version of themselves, and that's all that they can ask for, particularly Mickey Mellon with the Oldham group. And he'll just be saying now again, go out there, come on, seal the deal, this is our moment. Well, they've got just a quick turnaround here, so they're having a huddle just either side of the halfway line with the managers communicating their message to the players. How do you approach extra time in this scenario? Because you don't want to make that mistake that costs your team. You also don't want penalties. So how positive, how front-footed can you be in this next 30 minutes?
Yeah, and I think probably the positivity comes from what's surrounding, and obviously the crowd now are a bit, like I said, more subdued. The energy's not there like it was at the start of the kick-off. So maybe the clarity on the pitch is a little bit easier to deal with because the noise is less and you can sort of get information across. But you are now dealing with tired minds that have just pegged it about for 99 minutes, giving absolutely everything. So things like back passes, little headers, shots, the correct technique's not there anymore. So it's about being focused all the time now in making sure those contacts and those decisions that you're making are the right one for not just you, for the team as well. And I think Oldham in a good position that they'll fancy themselves generating set pieces, generating momentum. And I think on the flip side of it, Southend will be happy in having a little bit of possession and trying to earn spaces and gaps to get forward runners again, like Forson and Perillion, who's come on the pitch and looked really energetic to try and affect maybe what might be a tired Oldham back line.
I was racking my brain during that second half. Has Matt Hudson made any real saves of note during this game?
No, he's had a cross where he's collected comfortably and a shot from distance, which you would massively expect him to save. But I think that's what Oldham do and have done really well this season. They actually restrict you to very little. The only thing I would say on the flip side again of that is Southend are so resilient and they've had so many moments to come back from places where they've been down. You just can't rule them out. I would like to think in terms of the player power and stuff, Oldham might use that to their advantage now and go and take the game away from Southend, but we can't write it off, and that's what's so exciting and leaves us still in the balance here.
Yeah, it is far too close to call. These two sides in the National League this season, they weren't the favourites. They finished 5th and 7th in the table, but they've both made it here to Wembley, and now we have half an hour for them to find a winner. Otherwise we'll be going to a penalty shootout under the arch. To take us through extra time, Liam Hogan, the former Oldham defender, is joined by Alex Whittington.
30 more minutes until one of these teams could be in the Football League. Oldham Athletic will be defending their Atleticos in the first 15 minutes of extra time as we get underway. What have we got in store? 31 years ago, Mark Hughes' 120th minute equaliser broke Oldham hearts in the FA Cup semi-final. They haven't tasted victory at Wembley. Hopefully, pray Oldham fans that today is the day. Here we go then. On the far side, as Southend attack, left to right, all in red, Oldham all in blue. As the ball goes long, looking for the head of Macaulay Bonn. It's Appiah Forson, who's run tirelessly all game, lays it infield to Gus Scott Morris, takes a deflection, palmed away, and it's headed in! It's headed in! Southend United, seconds in to extra time. It's Leon Perillon who's got it. Keeper Hudson couldn't quite push the ball away hard enough, and it fell straight onto the head of Perillon, arriving at the back post. An open goal in front of him. He nods it in, and just like at the start of the game, Southend United have got the lead. Leon Perillon it is. The fans away to the left-hand side are on their feet. The Oldham fans to our right now have got hands on their heads. They have gone behind in extra time of the National League playoff final. It is Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 2.
Yeah, Oldham don't deal with the first ball. Kitchen goes up with Bonn and loses the header, and then what we spoke about all game, Appiah Forson in that area of the pitch, usually managed by, there's no Tom Pett there to do it, and Manny Month doesn't get close enough. It allows Gus Scott Morris to make that run in behind, and I think it takes a little bit of a deflection off the Oldham leg before, it is Corey Evans, makes it a little bit difficult for Matty Hudson. But the thing you don't want to do is just parry it straight out there. Louis Perillon in a great position to nod home at the back post.
Yeah, I think that deflection just took it a bit higher than Hudson perhaps thought it was going to be. So he was reaching to try and push it, but all he could do was push it onto the head of Perillon, who was down on his knees celebrating at the Oldham end. What have Oldham got left in the tank? 2 minutes of extra time have elapsed. Fondop desperate, so desperate as these Oldham players are to get back in the Football League. He's had 2 glorious chances in this game so far. Will he get a third? Will he convert it? Oldham now, cool heads needed. They've got the ball at the back with Raglan, who started as skipper. Tom Conlon's got the armband back. The ball launched forward by Oldham, but it's headed clear now by Southend. And the thing is with Southend, Liam, is that both their playoff games so far have gone to extra time. The first against your Rochdale side, the second went to penalties against Forest Green. They've got that dig deep attitude, haven't they?
Yeah, sometimes words just get thrown around about being resilient and all that kind of thing and being together. But you've seen it now with the Southend team, particularly this season, and obviously what's happened to them off the field as well. Their comebacks after comebacks after comebacks, they just don't go away. I mean, it's actually a real good bit of quality for the goal. He's got into a great position, he's put the ball across the front, and the composure to take the pace off the ball with the header. We spoke about Perillon being a thorn in the side in the earlier game at Roots Hall in the season. It's now, Q Oldham, what have you got left? What have you got in the answer?
Yeah, he scored against Liam Hogan's Rochdale in the playoffs. He's got his second goal of the season, which could send Southend United back into the Football League. They lead 2-1. It was a calm header, he didn't rush it, and it went into the net in front of those Oldham fans. Oldham now, ball on the halfway line with Evans. They haven't had to come from behind in their playoff games so far. It's been smooth sailing until today, until the day it matters for Mickey Mellon's side. He knows what it takes. He's been promoted 5 times, 3 of them at this very stage. As Manny Monte cuts inside Appiah Forson, tries to find the run of Norwood, but it's straight into the Southend defender Scott Morris, who now brings it forward. Walker, he's been pointed at by Bond that he wants the ball to go down the line, instead into the feet of Bond now, and he takes all the time, doesn't go forward, instead he goes back to Appiah Forson. Oldham now, tired bodies, tired minds. Are they going to get another chance? Appiah Forson has it right in front of Mickey Mellon on the edge of the technical area. It's Macaulay Bonn, slides it into the path of Josh Walker now, who's being shown the line by, and his ball played through to Bonn. Raglan couldn't deal with it. Bonn up against Monte, ball comes across, great slide away there by Ogle, but only as far as Hussin on the edge of the box, takes his time to send an effort, curls it wide though off the right hand post. Oldham 1, Southend 2.
Yeah, I just see a few fans just signalling to other fans, come on, we need more from us to get behind the team. You can see them, they're out on the feet, they haven't been in this territory before. I'm looking on the clock, there's 5 minutes gone into extra time, and you've got Gus Scott Morris making forward runs onto the last line. That's going to be the difference. It's the mentality aspect at this point of the game to run through brick walls and do that extra yard. They're probably going to need a moment from a Mike Fondop, from a James Norwood, to give some life back into this side.
Yeah, Walker trying to take on Ogle, but the Aussie does well to play it back to Hudson. Those Oldham fans are quiet away to our right-hand side now. That's the Shrimpers that you can hear in full voice on BBC Radio Manchester. They've spent 4 years in non-league. At the moment, that is ending, and they're heading back up. But not if Uchengumbula's got something to do about it. Attacking the right-hand edge of the box. Ball, though, gets stuck under his feet. He couldn't quite do anything with it, the youngster. And it is cleared by Southend, and it's Walker battling. Does well, he does, to bring it back, and he wins inside the free kick. And Oldham, it's a few heads dropping, isn't there? What are they doing now, Liam? What are they saying to each other? It's so tough, obviously, but they need to last gasp of energy that they've got, last reserves.
They'll have been there throughout the season in tough times where they've had to pick themselves up and go again. There was difficult moments from where they were questioned, where the manager was questioned, and they answered that by finishing strongly. They've got to do the same in this game and manage it in these types of moments now, but I'm seeing the ball's going forward. Josh Walker fresh. He's got players around him and he keeps the ball. Great hold-up play. It's just great subs in great positions for me that will affect the game. And I think from an Oldham perspective, they're going to need some impetus to try and G up the motivation from the group to see that there's belief in them they can go and get another goal.
They are going to make another change. It's going to be Sean Hobson who'll be coming on imminently, the centre-back. Will he be thrown on up top, or will it be for, well, Ogle's got his hands on his knees just sucking in as much air as he can, so too Charlie Raglan, and it's Kitchen who's come off, so it will be Hobson then making his way into that back line, into that back four. Kitchen busted gut all afternoon, hasn't he, Liam?
He has. He's done really well, and that's what you get out of Kitch. He's probably one of the most solid, stronger left backs, left wing back type. His height, he's an effective in the box, and his delivery's been excellent this season. I don't know if we might see a little change of shape here now to Oldham, to maybe go to a back four to allow maybe Jez to play a little bit higher on the right and go and affect the last line.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Hobson going into that centre-back position alongside Hayes and Manny Monte at left back and Ogle at right back. But they've got the ball in the Oldham Athletic right-hand flank. It is Uchengumbula attacking, twisting this way and that, wins his side. A corner kick out the Southend end, and there we go. There we hear the Latics fans roaring. 8 minutes left of the first 15 minutes of extra time. They trail 2-1. That early goal right after the resumption in extra time by Perillan's head has the Essex side ahead. Is the equaliser from the corner kick. It's going to be clipped into the box. Here it comes in the sunshine. Heads go up, heads go over. Ogle it was. He got his head to the ball but could only see it drift over Nick Hayes' goal and out for a goal kick to the Southend goalkeeper. And it's Oldham 1, Southend 2.
Yeah, just not enough. I mean, there's probably not enough pace on the ball for Raglan to try and get his neck around it, and obviously there's a bit of pressure on him from the Southend defender, but previous to that you just see Tom Conlon. He knows what this is about now. It's about trying to get Jez Uchengumbula up 1v1 against Perillan, and to get those moments where they can try and get in the box and lift the crowd in those types of moments.
Ball lofted long then from Hayes' goal kick onto the head of Bon, the Southend United striker, but it's Raglan who clips it forwards. And Oldham Athletic need something here. 9 minutes played in extra time. They trail 2-1 as Monte, right in front of Mickey Mellon, goes down the line looking for Norwood, who's challenging with the Southend centre-backs with Taylor. And it will be, well, Monte tried to get the ball. In fact, it bounces back off him, and it is dangerous territory for Walker, who comes forward. Still Josh Walker into the box. Referee's blown up, though, for that. Linesman waving his flag. Foul from Manny Monte. And, it was Hobson, wasn't it, who got the foul on Walker, who was powering forward there.
These are difficult moments now for Oldham. You can see the energy's out the crowd, the energy's out the team. Rather than jogging back to get back behind the ball to go again, there's a lot walking. They have left everything out there, I understand that. But these are the moments that Southend have risen to in terms of the last few games to be able to put themselves in this position now. It's about repeatedly doing the little things that the others don't do, and Southend have probably done that in more moments this time. barring the crucial chances that Oldham have missed, and as a whole.
It's a free kick then, fired into the box, diving header, almost falls to Perillon. He tried to turn and fire it past the Oldham wall. It's the effort in the end comes from a Forson. Right footed, it was bobbling, it went wide of the left hand side of the goal. It remains 2-1 to the Shrimpers, and it'll be a goal kick taken by Hudson, who's going to go in about his job quickly. Time is, well, there's still 5 minutes left of this half and 15 still to go, obviously. So there is time here for Oldham, but they're not looking likely to get an equaliser. And Southend win a free kick. Norwood foul midway inside the Southend half as a Forson goes through stretches, and another substitution, the final one for Oldham Athletic. It's Corey Evans, the experience of him, that comes off, and Cian Harrott who comes on. Harrott on then for Corey Evans. A fresh body at this stage. How will that change things, do you think, Liam?
He's quite a strong runner. He likes to run across the line and go in behind, so it'll just add another body to the last line where Oldham want to get the ball to anyway. He's fresh, he's quite powerful, and obviously he's had good spells elsewhere, and he's actually got an eye for a goal himself. So again, it's just about throwing everything now, the kitchen sink at it, everything, to try and get themselves back into this contest.
So it looks like he'll take a place up on the right flank with Uchan Gambula on the left now, switching. 4-4-2 for Oldham as the throw-in taken, and they win their own one right in front of the Oldham fans by the corner flag in the West Stand. 3 minutes left of the first half of extra time. Oldham now used up all their subs. Monte takes the throw, and it bobbles through to Norwood, who tries to clip it forward, looking for Mike Fondop, who had 2 big chances, one in each half, one just wide, one smart save by Hayes. 34 years since Oldham Athletic last tasted promotion. They need a goal. 2 minutes left of first half of extra time, and they've got it on the right hand side now with substitute Harrods. His first couple of touches. It's at the back now for Oldham Athletic, and they will bring the ball forward, looking for Mike Fondop as the Oldham fans start to clap their hands together, urging their team to get back into this one. But it's Coker who brings the ball forward for Southend. He's got runs either side of him. Bond wants it played through. Macaulay Bond onto him, takes a touch which just eludes him and allows Hudson to come out. But if they'd have taken that or taken the effort first time, it could have been Oldham who would really have been in dire straits. As it was, thankfully Hudson managed to get to it, but it's Southend again who come forward with Perillon on the left hand side.
Yeah, if you look at the spaces on the pitch and where it's filled with players, you can see the back line, middle and the front line are more connected with Southend. You've just seen Tom Conlon there try to pick a big raking diag out, and the space between the midfield back line and the front line for Oldham is massive. It's too big. They're going to need somebody to connect that, whether it's a Mike or a Norwood that drops in. The actual pitch play from Southend has been really good in managing this sort of back end of this game.
I think Southend have definitely looked the better team off the ball as well, haven't they, in terms of closing down spaces and not allowing Oldham to have any real opportunity. Their game plan is working so far for the Essex side.
Yeah, and they know that, so they can stick to that, whereas Oldham now probably have to start doing a little bit more off the cuff and coming out of their little slots and things and trying to make something happen more so in their individual battles, like Tom Conlon's doing there, trying to get it to the last line as quickly as possible, where they'll look to buy a foul or get a set piece now to put balls in the box.
Uchek Boolan wants to do exactly that by the left-hand corner flag. He cuts inside. He's being shepherded though, lays it back to Conlon. He's got men inside him. He goes down under a challenge, looking for it though, and no free kick given as we enter the final 60 seconds of the first half of extra time. 2-1 Southend lead on BBC Radio Manchester. Ball launched long onto the head of Fondop from Monte, but he's got no support from Norwood in that position, and it's Southend who will gratefully bring the ball forward with Scott Morris, who's been tireless all game so far, though he just fires it straight into Bond and out for a throw-in to Oldham Athletic. Right in front of Mickey Mellon. We're going to have a minute added on of this first half of extra time.
Yeah, Scott Morris, such a real asset, not just his goals, because you don't get that many from right back, but just his overall play, off the ball, on the ball. He's been really calm, composed, and he picks his moments to get forward at the right time.
Yep, 17 goals for the right back this season. As there is the added on minutes, and it is Scott Morris who's got the ball back. Southend fans bathed in sunshine away to the left-hand side at Wembley. Oldham fans in the shade and in gloom at the moment as they trail 2-1. Pett right on the centre circle. He brings it forward to Norwood, who's dropped it to Conlon, and now back again to Pett, who goes round Walker, who brings him down, and a free kick midway inside the Oldham Athletic half now. Good chance in these final seconds of the first half of extra time to try and lump the ball into the box, Liam.
Yeah, this should bring some brilliant optimism here now in terms of what a time to score this would be as well. Just off the back of going into this sort of second half of extra time. Can they land that ball? Can Tom Pett pick that a little bit of quality this late on in the game onto one of those Oldham heads? Raglan, Fondop, Hobson's in there.
And here it comes into the box, looking for Hobson. It's too long though, and it's headed clear by Southend. Back in though by Conlon. Almost flicked into the path, but it is cleared though, and the referee Elliot Bell blows his whistle. So Oldham have got to come from behind again. They've got it all to do for here at half-time in extra time of the National League playoff final. They conceded right at the start of that extra time. Leon Perillon, the camera pans to him. His header has got the Essex side ahead. And at the break, at half-time, it is Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 2.
We had a goal in the first 5 minutes. We had a penalty in the first 3 minutes in the second half. And then a goal inside, 40 seconds of extra time? What are we going to get next?
Yeah, we need another one, don't we? We need another one from Oldham to take it again into what will be an absolute final of all finals in terms of the way that these two have gone about things. Southend, like I've mentioned, their pitch presence has been particularly good all throughout, whether it's in possession or out. The substitutions that Kevin May has made have affected the game, particularly in favour for Southend with the willing runners of Walker and Bon. But then just having the heart of somebody, looking at Gus Scott Morris there to keep his sort of standard from the start of the game to now, that's a massive asset to the team. Oldham now get a chance to mobilise again and build something. And listen, we know they could get a set piece, they could get a corner, and it could just be one moment. I still think there's something left still in this game. I don't think we're quite done yet. And obviously Oldham will be hopeful now that maybe that picture that Mike Fondop might have painted and sort of dreamed of himself will come to fruition, to take them then into what would look like maybe momentum Oldham or into penalties.
Well, they got themselves back in it once, didn't they, with a brilliant response at the start of the second half. What do they need to do in this next 15 minutes to make sure their season doesn't end on a real downbeat note?
Yeah, I just think collectively they've got to be as a group. You can see the gaps forming between the front line, the middle line, the back line, as I spoke about earlier on. You can see Southend really working hard to keep their structure. It's important that Oldham try to do the same, because when they're playing balls forward and they're not getting on the first contact, Southend are then taking the sting out of play.
How hard is it to do that though? Because you're chasing the game, you're having to commit bodies forward, you're getting stretched, you're on this huge pitch, you've played nearly 100 minutes now. I mean, it's got to be so difficult to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're entering the unknown for yourself as a player. You don't know what type of you've got left in the tank. You've just got to throw everything at it. You've done 46 games, you've done 2 playoff games that are unbelievable. Now you're being asked the question, can you come from behind? Can you deliver? Obviously there's 25,000 plus more at home expecting Oldham to hopefully get over this line. You must give it absolutely everything. You must G up your teammates. You've just got to go that extra mile, make that extra run, take that extra crossing shot and just see what comes of it.
34 years since their last promotion, Oldham Athletic have 15 minutes to keep their hopes alive. Can they find the goal they need? The second half of extra time at Wembley Stadium on BBC Radio Manchester with Alex Whittington.
This ain't over yet. 15 minutes left to go. Oldham Athletic kicking towards their fans in that West Stand, who have been with them all throughout this, and all of those you listening at home on BBC Radio Manchester. This is it. This is how the season will be defined. Ball back. Hudson with the goal kick. Goes long. As Oldham now, a chance. As Liam says, it could be a free kick, a corner, anything. And it falls. The ball comes forward now, looking for Norwood. who's challenging, and immediately a free kick given against Conlon, and it's Southend who would take all the time in the world there as Coker down, clutching his back outside the Southend United penalty box.
Yeah, that's one thing Oldham can't lose, is the discipline side of things, because whilst the ball's in play, or whilst it's in favour of Oldham, they've got the opportunity. The minute they're giving silly free kicks away and killing the game in that spot, Southend have got the divine right to be able to earn that moment and take as long as they need to dampen it. And in the moment, Sean Hobson's on the ball. The ball's just got to go forward now. The midfield, Tom Conlon just got to catch it up, defend, squeeze up, try and get on the second balls, and like they did in the first half where they were really affecting the opportunities on goal, keep getting that first, second, third phase back into Southend's box, because at the same time they're a tired defence at the same time too.
Ball goes long from Nick Hayes, all the way out though for an Oldham throw-in, so they will have a chance now through Regan Ogle to build again from the back, and it is with the substitute Sean Hobson. Plays it to goalkeeper Matt Hudson now. He goes looking for Mike Fondop, another who's worked tirelessly, had two massive chances, hasn't taken them. He'll be desperate. He's got a fridge magnet, 34 years since Oldham were last promoted. That is on his fridge, that number. Will it be him that gets the equaliser? As Appiah Forson blocks off Hobson now, but the centre-back still challenging for the ball. Southend though bring it back, and they start to bring it forwards. Walker now gets it across the halfway line into the Southend United half. Hobson chasing back, hasn't got a lot of options, but Walker still goes now into the box. He jinks back. Walker, great save, palmed away by Hudson. It's probably the first real thing he's had to do, but it falls to Appiah Forson now as Oldham look bedraggled, and the fall again eventually trickles forward to Hudson, but another chance there goes the way of Southend United. We'll come back to that as Norwood tries to battle, but Southend bring the ball forward and they win it back, Liam.
Yeah, just looking again, the distance between the back line and the front line, it's huge for Oldham to have any sort of persistent pressure. Sean Hobson's tried to dribble the ball into an area and got caught with it. It's probably not what Mickey Mellon wants in terms of what he wants. He wants the ball to go to the front line. He wants the ball to get to his front players and in and around that final third. Sean just gets caught out and then has to make a massive recovery run against somebody who again has got great pace and great energy to carry the ball at the field, and should probably maybe put the game beyond any shadow of doubt, really.
Referee Elliot Bell is just taken his tuck. I don't know if he's done himself an injury, but he's gone off the pitch. So we've got the fourth official, I think, on Aaron Bannister. It's a bit of a strange one, but the referee has gone off the pitch. So with 3 minutes played of this second half of extra time, a bit of a bemusing start to it, that, Liam.
You'd like to think that won't have a factor in the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully not in terms of that, but yeah, obviously the moment, it's just about any distractions, getting your head back on the game, hitting that front line as Mike wins the first contact.
Fondop wins it, flicks it on. It's cleared though by Southend. Norwood was running onto it. Coker will bring it forward. Almost opened up though for Oldham, but they've got the ball now. Is this the chance? Regan Ogle launches the ball into the box again, looking for Fondop, who wins it, but he can't head it to Norwood, and he's adjudged to have fouled the Southend United defence, and they will win the free kick, and they will take all the time in the world to take it, as there are some real tired bodies down there now. That's the Oldham fans booing you can hear, because the Southend players, including their captain Nathan Ralph, who's limping, clutching his right ankle, just taking a moment before this goal kick is going to be taken by Nick Hayes.
Yeah, that's something I can appreciate. You can see that probably Perillion will have his face on the papers and in the social media, but I think Ralph, Goodliff and Harry Taylor as a back three in particular have dealt so well with the threat of Ariel's Oldham presence. They should be a massive credit to the foundation of what sort of the front players can be built on, and they've done excellent this season.
Appiah Forson trying to spring past the Oldham defence, but Uchengumbula instead sends it long, looking for Norwood, who gets on his chest. This is it! Norwood through! Norwood slots it in! James Norwood, the Oldham end, is an absolute crazy. Pints are thrown into the air. It's Norwood. He got the winner for Tranmere in the playoff final. He's got the equaliser for Oldham Athletic to take it to 2-2 with less than 10 minutes left of extra time. The Oldham fans, they've ripped their shirts off in front of us here at Wembley. They're whirling them above their heads. Again, they've come from behind. They've got the equaliser. Is it written that they will be heading into the Football League? James Norwood, the man. It's 2-2.
Wow, yeah. He can't be kept out of the headlines, absolutely not. What an unbelievable amount of the touch to bring it out of the sky, and then the composure to finish. We talked about Mike Fondop earlier in front of goal. You know, James Norwood's playing at a level, he dinks it over the goalkeeper and then taps it into the empty net. That's unbelievable composure, and look at the crowd now.
Yeah, so calm, so cool by Norwood. He knew exactly what he was doing. Lethal instinct. He won the ball on his shoulder, left-footed. Ended up sliding it past the keeper after that little ding that Liam mentions, and Mickey Mellon points to those Oldham Athletic fans, pumping his fist as they get the equaliser. 2-2, and now Fondop gets it inside the centre circle. Oldham now full of, suddenly will find that energy. Those reserves. Ogle it is. Harrott, left-footed, sends the ball into the box. Fondop almost looking. Oh, it's gone in! I do not believe it! Kian Harrod has won it! He goes storming off to celebrate. Mickey Mellon, his manager, goes the other way. Arms aloft. Oldham Athletic have taken the lead. 3-2. The players hugging in front of us. Mickey Mellon hugging Manny Monte. The fans celebrating. Joe Garner going down, he's off the bench. They're screaming in front of the Oldham Athletic fans in front of us at Wembley Stadium. What a moment this is. It was curled in. We thought it might have needed a touch. In the end, it went all the way in from Kian Harrod. Is he the hero? Oldham Athletic 3, Southend United 2.
That is exactly why we love the playoffs and why we love the National League. Oldham look set, they look dead, they looked out of it. They get a little bit of a boost. James Norwood, some unbelievable quality, and then all of a sudden you see players come to life. Ogle makes a forward run. Kian Harriott, bit of quality on the ball, makes a bit of a decision for Harry Taylor to cut it out because Fondop's behind him. Can do neither, and the ball's sort of angled in so it goes into the back post. What a finish and what a time for Oldham Athletic to savour this bit now.
More flares go off in the Oldham end. More blue flares go off. The fans bouncing up and down. They've been bouncing all the way down from Boundary Park to Wembley. And they might be bouncing back into the Football League after 3 years. The ball just went all the way into the corner, and Kian Harrod, I don't think he really knew what to do when he scored because he went running off in the opposite direction to the Oldham fans. Absolute amazing scenes at Wembley Stadium. Oldham fans, this is for them. 3 years of hurt in non-league. 34 years since they were last promoted. That could be about to change today at Wembley Stadium as they make another substitution.
Yeah, this is football to an absolute T. It's a massive roller coaster. The 46 games, even just a 100-minute game, 120-minute game that we're involved in right now can just change on the blink of a moment. And James Norwood's moment has really given some energy to the group. And obviously Kian Harriott now has put his own bit of name in history in terms of Oldham Athletic to be somebody who can hopefully score the winning goal to take them up into the Football League. It's about how they manage these final few minutes now, because as we know, Southend have been here and been before a million times. They still might have something to say, but hopefully that could be the final act.
Jordan Rossiter comes on, so they've taken off. Mickey Mellon's taken off. Ujin Gambula, who was brought onto the pitch in that second half. Jordan Rossiter, the central defensive midfielder, comes on, just looking now to see this out. 6 minutes of the normal added on time, I think, of the extra time, but I think there's going to be a few minutes added on here at Wembley Stadium, where it is Oldham 3, Southend United 2. Southend can't do it again, can they, Liam?
I mean, I wouldn't rule it out the way this game's gone, but in terms of game management now, Mickey's going to be bellowing onto his players. I mean, I can even look and see Joe Garner, he's in a full kit down there, and he's coaching his team. Stood up, Mark Kitchens there, Pritchard's there too, shouting on. Gary Brabbin saying to calm down. How can you calm down when you've just done what you've done in the last 5-10 minutes to probably potentially put yourselves in a position as James Norwood goes away again?
And they might have another one here. Norwood, the ball bobbles off his shins. He couldn't quite get hold of it, could James Norwood? And Southend will be able to clear it down. 5 minutes left of extra time. What a Wembley final. This has been much better than last night's Champions League final. This is the last game of the domestic season, and it is going the way of Oldham as the ball is going to be lofted forward. But Conlon, this is it again. No, it's lofted over by James Norwood. I think he had time there maybe to bring it down, but he lofts it over and out for a goal kick. It is 3-2 as Mickey Mellon takes a sip of water. Is he going to be guiding another team out of the National League? He's done it with Fleetwood. He's done it with Tranmere. A chance that was Southend at the other end. That was a real opportunity. Ball into the box, caught everyone unawares. Couldn't quite find Macaulay Bonne, who was sliding in there. This isn't quite over. 4 minutes left to go. Southend blocked though by Rossiter. He's back defending, Jordan Rossiter, and Conlon, the captain, goes forwards to Norwood now. Inside their own half, midway through it, and Pett will just send the ball forward. They've lost possession there, Oldham. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. They lead Southend United 3-2. They've come from behind twice. They've scored 2 goals in these last few minutes of extra time at Wembley. Here come Southend coming forward though. The Oldham fans in fine voice. The Southend fans quiet. Ball into the box. It's headed away by Sean Hobson. Is out for a corner kick to Southend.
Yep, there's still life in the game. Southend get another opportunity to put the ball in the box. But just previous to that, I was going to speak about us probably seeing in this last second half a younger version of a James Norwood that affected the National League a long time ago. The way he's been running off that last line has really given energy to the players behind him to get belief that they're going to attack as the ball comes in.
Corner kick then into the box, headed clear by Mike Fondop. He rose highest and belted it clear. Southend do get the ball back on the far side. Again, the ball scooped into the box. Is it going to fall to a Southend player? It did, but it was blocked there. It was Perillan. And now, listen to that. It's Tom Pett. Comes forward, going to take the ball right into the corner flag at the Oldham end with 2.5 minutes left. Goes down under the challenge. Referee says no foul as Harry Taylor brings the ball forward. But Pett comes back and does well and wins it. And here is Tom Conlon. Goes forward, slides it past the Oldham. Offside in the end by Cian Harrett. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I must say, if you're a player for Oldham Athletic and you see the work that Tom Pett's got through today, you're going to want to do it, especially for someone like him. You know, he's not been a captain, as I've mentioned to some of the others today, but he's led exactly by example. His recovery run was just as fast as his forward run. And that's the type of what we were talking about, the mentality in this sort of last half of the game, of where you need to take yourself above and beyond for the rest of the group.
Fondop challenging on the far side, but Southend win the ball back as we enter the final 90 seconds of this pulsating time. It's Nathan Ralph, the Shrimpers captain, up inside the box. It's a chance. It doesn't quite fall for Southend. It does for Walker, does it? Not quite. Ball being tangled under the boot, and eventually Rossiter, any means necessary, clears the ball out for a throw-in to Southend on the far side. 3-2 Oldham lead.
What a final, and it's absolutely lived up to what was before it, talking about the numbers in the stadium and representing these two big clubs. They've absolutely served up an absolute treat for everybody to watch today.
They really have. Southend pressing for a final moment perhaps. The ball inside the 6-yard area is cleared by Ogle, but Gus Scott Morris has it, the right back. Ball comes into the box, again cleared by Mike Fondop. We're into the final minute. 60 seconds left until Oldham fans, you will be in the Football League. Conlon's got it on the far side, wins his side of throwing. That could well be it. 30 seconds left. Oldham 3, Southend 2. Oldham on the brink of a return for the first time in 3 years into the promised land of the Football League. Listen to that.
Yeah, and listen, there's good people behind the scenes at Oldham, especially Frank Rothwell, for what he's brought into the club. He definitely deserves this for the energy that he's put in for saving the club. Obviously Mickey getting his team together and putting together a group of players that have been able to manage the expectations really of the crowd, and then deliver on the biggest stage here now, from being probably out of the game completely to now being able to see it over the line. You know, this is a massive, massive achievement for this club.
4 minutes of added on time. 4 minutes until Oldham could be back. It's nervy, it's sweaty on a humid day at Wembley Stadium as the ball goes long from Nick Hayes. Southend, who have come from behind twice in the extra time so far of their playoff season, beating Rochdale and Forest Green Rovers. They aren't quite out of this one yet. They've got a throw in on the far side into Hussin. Ball goes into the box, into the hands though of Matt Hudson, and the roar from the Oldham fans will tell you that he has claimed it and he is sitting on it, and he will take time, just like Southend were when they were ahead, which has gone by in the flash of an eye. They were leading 2-1 with 6-7 minutes left of extra time. 2 goals, James Norwood, Cian Harrott the heroes. 3-2. 3 minutes left. The ball goes long onto the head of Hayes, the Southend centre-back, trying to be flicked round the corner of the Shrimpers as Monte has to bust a gun and get it back. It's out for a throw-in though, in that dangerous position on the right-hand side, as Gus Scott Morris will proceed to take it. 3-2. 2.5 minutes left to go. The ball comes long into the box. It's headed clear. It's sent back in by Morris. Does it fall to a Southend player? Not quite. Coker gets it outside the box though, crucially for Oldham. He's got to play it back to his teammates, and it's Hussin who's got it. He sends it to Scott Morris. 2 minutes left. Ball comes into the box. Can't beat the first man though, who's Monte. And it'll be brought clear by James Norwood now. He's got Norwood and Fondup coming forward. It's played to Fondup just inside the Southend half. He goes down under a challenge, and the referee gives that as a free kick. Fondup lies prostrate on the floor. He's got barely anything left, and we've barely got any time left in this National League promotion final. 90 seconds left.
Yeah, listen, fair play Mike Fondup, James Norwood in that last action, albeit Mike Fondup will probably want to get on the scoreline and get some of the headlines and do it the way he wanted, but he's been such a big impact in both boxes today. He's been a massive pillar in the defensive side of things, clearing stuff, heading stuff, and then at the top he's worked tirelessly to try and contribute to get the players up the pitch, and even now he's still running. Brilliant bit of game management there towards the back end.
Southend, we're into the final minute. Go long, looking for Ralph, who's got it. Left hand edge of the box. He's being shown wide though. Comes back to Hayes. Ball's tried to be clipped into the box, but Rossiter will absolutely belt it clear. Out for a throw-in. 30 seconds left. Mickey Mellon on the edge of his technical area where he hasn't moved. Aside from celebrating and fist pumping Cian Harrott, what could be the winner? Southend throw it into the box. Everyone bar the keeper is up, and Fonda will clear it, and there's 20 seconds left to go, and almost falls for Norwood, but he can't quite claim it, and this is really going to be it now. 15 seconds left. Southend through Hussin bring it forwards. The boos of the Oldham fans and the whistles, they want that full-time whistle to blow. It's Nathan Ralph now, cuts inside to Coker. These goes back to goal. Coker chips it up into the box, claimed by Hudson, and a roar almost as loud as Cian Harrott's. And the referee blows the full-time whistle, and Oldham Athletic are back in the Football League. The players spill out onto the pitch from complete despair to utter elation in a matter of minutes. A club starved of success can now taste promotion for the first time since 1991. What a final! What scenes at Wembley Stadium! The Oldham players, keeper Matt Hudson is lying on the floor. He's got his hands over his head. He can't believe what's happened. He hasn't even celebrated with the Oldham fans. He is. Joe Garner goes running towards him. Mark Hitchens got his top off. He's celebrating with Joe Gardner, and Garner goes running across. It was his penalty that got Oldham back into this game. He is fist pumping in front of those Oldham supporters on that far side. This is their day. This is what memories are made of. 3 decades since they've been at Wembley. 31 years since that promotion. They are now back in the Football League after 3 years in exile. Listen to that. Listen to those Oldham fans. They're celebrating. Manny Monte, 2 arms raised into the sky, gladiatorial-esque from the Oldham Athletic defender. He's just standing there. He's just taking in the applause. Mickey Mellon, big bear hug there with Mike Fondop. Amazing scenes at Wembley. Oldham Athletic, you are back in the Football League. You are promoted into the 4th tier of English football. Incredible final. 2 goals in the last 10 minutes of extra time. The first from James Norwood to get it back to 2-2. The second from Cian Harrott to get it to 3-2. Amazing. Bedlam scenes at the Oldham end. Tops off. Scarves above their heads. Flags aloft. This is a day that those fans will never forget. Some more of the Oldham players go towards them. Manny Monte now revving them up. I don't think they need revving up, Manny. I think they're at absolutely full pelt. Pritchard right in front of us here, celebrating. Uchengambula raises one hand, he's waving to those fans in front of us here at Wembley, as now all the Oldham players will start to make their way towards the fans in the West Stand to take their applause. They start to gather. Liam Hogan.
Yeah, listen, that feeling is like no other. So I can only imagine now what the thoughts are, the players. I'm watching Mark Kitchen, I'm watching Charlie Bragdon, who couldn't even get off the floor a second ago. Mark Kitchen's hobbling about trying to sell. They've got nothing left to celebrate. They've given everything. And Mickey will be so proud of the players that have gone out on the pitch and delivered, because there's been times where they've been questioned this season and seasons beforehand. He's really built something that has been, you know, for what Frank's come into the club, like I spoke about, and given us an energy from a person, and it's been matched now by the players who are on the pitch, you know, and they've finally got that success. They finally won that final, and like I said, moments like this for a club with a ceiling as big as this one has, it's only a snowball moment for these to kick on. Obviously they won't be thinking about anything going forward, barring them what's happening tonight and in the changing room. You know, it's such a strong group of players. I've got some really good mates that are there, and I'm really proud, you know, that they've gone and done it as a group. And yeah, they wrote their own little bit of history now, and being the group that's got themselves back into the Football League. And from there now is their opportunity to go and progress up the ladder again.
And for how they did it as well, Liam, for those 2 goals in the last 10 minutes of extra time. I mean, it's scarcely believable, but it's happened.
Yeah, and I mean, the National League has served up some fantastic games in previous seasons. The Wrexham one comes to mind as well, but as a final, I don't think you get any better value than what we've just seen here today. You know, both teams been behind at points in the game, and then Oldham, when you just think they're down and out, managed to conjure up a bit of energy. You know, James Norwood, that type of quality that's seen him play in the Championship, finishes it like it was just, you know, just a simple finish. It really wasn't. And then Cian Harriott, who comes on into the game after not playing a part, whips a ball in that causes a problem, and he goes and writes his name in, scoring the winning goal for Oldham Athletic. And look at the scenes now. Joe Garner, 37 years old, you think he was 17, looking at him there. But that's the type of character that he is and what the group's got within it, and it's, you know, it's just deserved.
Yeah, Garner is bouncing up and down, singing along to Hey Mickey. And hey Mickey Mellon, you've got another team promoted into the Football League. Garner there, Charlie Raglan, who, as Liam says, he's hobbling around, but he's got that energy to celebrate in front of the fans, taking that applause. There's a whole section in the middle. I mean, it's absolutely, as we've been saying, packed out the Oldham end. And there is a middle bit as well. The Atleticos right in the middle. A lot of whom have got their tops off. They haven't stopped dancing and singing as the Oldham fans go across to applaud them. The photographers are out. The promotion final winners board is out. They will very shortly receive their trophy. Will Oldham Athletic. For Southend United, it is disappointment. They're over on the far left-hand side. Applauding their fans as Mike Fondop takes the field. He's going across to the far side now. There he is, Oldham's top goal scorer. Didn't get one today, but he can take that 34 off his fridge now, because Oldham are back into the Football League. Incredible 3-2 win against Southend United. There's a National League banner, there's a flag being draped across some of the players as well. I mean, some of them, Liam, these are moments, aren't they, you have to take in, but almost a sense of disbelief as well. You've been there.
Oh, absolutely. And we speak about some of the top Premier League players sometimes don't even get the opportunity to play in this stadium, and to play in it with it full, pretty much like to our level at what we could get it to. This is like obviously a record, 50,000. You know, to be able to deliver what you've just delivered as a group of players in front of that, none of them players down there, I would bet that they can't top that. They can't top this moment. This will be one of the best moments they will have, and they can always come back to.
Yeah, they will moments that will live with them forever. Mickey Mellon waves his hands to the supporters. He's now having a hug with Manny Monte. What an afternoon for Oldham Athletic. They have come from behind. They are into the Football League. They've beaten Southend United 3-2, Bill.
Wow, Liam Hogan, I said, what do they need to do? They produced that bit of magic we were waiting for in that second half of extra time. Norwood in particular, what an incredible bit of composure for the equaliser. Then they got another one straight after, and Southend didn't know what hit them.
No, I think they've done, after that, it was a final knockout blow. I was saying about the game getting stretched from Oldham's type of shape in terms of the back line being too far away, and in moments like that, your player power does come into account, and 1v1 on the last line kind of stuff, a moment like that from James Norwood, we've seen it time and time again at this level and higher, to be able to convert a long ball, pull it down out of the sky. You know, he's dinked the goalkeeper just to add to it and then slid it into a net. That, from absolutely nowhere, lifts everybody. Lifts Regan Ogle to make the next forward charge to play Kieran Harriott, who takes the confidence to whip the ball pretty much first time into an area that needs to be dealt with, and it doesn't get dealt with, and you go and get your winner off the back of it. And yeah, from being absolutely out of the game, which we thought dead on the feet, walking around, they're now celebrating, you know, like they could kick off another match.
Belief is a powerful thing in football, and you felt the groundswell of belief from them two quick goals for Oldham. All the substitutes were up, all the coaching staff were up. Mickey Mellon was halfway down the touchline when Kieran Harriott scored, and you could tell they suddenly felt, this is our moment.
I'm sure he's had an operation as well, Mickey, on his leg. I don't think he's supposed to be moving that quick anyway. But no, exactly, and we said throughout the whole game, you know, for some of the control that Southend did have, there was always going to be the chance that Oldham could get a set piece or could put a ball into a dangerous area and make it and convert it, and they did that, and which is probably why Mickey's been so assured. You haven't seen him ranting and raving on the touchline. You've seen him really assured in his positional stance and just sort of leaving his players out there, done the prep work, go and deliver what we've said, what we spoke about, go and seal the deal. That's his term that he uses all the time. And listen, 30 however many thousand that are going to be here and at home from the Oldham, it's going to be a massive party, and they're obviously going to be so grateful now after some really tough times that they can now be sort of accounted for in the EFL, spoken about, and probably now in a moment that they can start to look to build from once this I would say dust. It's not dust, it's more like what, confetti once that settles.
It's also growth as well. Frank Rothwell's on Total Sport on Friday night, Liam, and he was saying that this is harder. It's owning a football club is much harder than owning a business, but the third year, he said, is the year that you start to grow. First year, you obviously kind of have to sort of clear everything out. You have to start the build from there, but third year and then beyond is when you start to grow, and now Oldham can grow.
Yeah, and I know Frank, and they probably won't have a thingy for saying this, but he spoke to the owners down at Bromley and how well they run things off the field to get some insight at the level and stuff, because obviously it's a brand new level that Oldham came down to initially. So to be able to stop that sort of momentum of free-for-alling, you're going to have to find a ground where, I know it's happened before where your Bristol Rovers have jumped straight back up, but over the course of all the seasons, it's very difficult to do in this type of format if you're not going to be the champions at the end of the season. And Barnet have practiced that for long enough anyway to be in this league to get out again. So from this moment now, they can build and they can start to see and start to grow, like you say.
The fans still bouncing away to our right-hand side. Fair play to the Oldham players and boss Mickey Mellon, who went to console with the Southend players before their celebrations. And now Captain Charlie Raglan is making the long walk up the 107 steps to the Royal Box here at Wembley, where he will be presented with the National League Promotion Trophy.
Yeah, he is. They're making their way up. Bill, Southend United players stand and stare. They very much played their part in this, in one of the great Wembley finals in any league, Liam. One of the great finals, this.
Oh, absolutely. You talk about the game last night. The game's done once it gets to a few goals, and now they never decide, they never give up attitude from both of these two teams has put us in a position to watch probably one of the best finals we've ever seen. And now these moments that Tom Conlon's going to have, Charlie Raglan's going to have of being able to lift. There'll be family and friends in the area there, and the hospitality. To do that in front of your children and your closest people, your closest mates, is something that'll live with you forever, obviously.
The Oldham players are bouncing up and down just inside the steps. They're about to walk up. Here they come. Charlie Raglan will go up. Tom Conlon will go up. Tom Conlon, the club captain, will be first to emerge out of those steps in front of Wembley in the Royal Box. He applauds the fans, does Tom Conlon. He's followed by Charlie Raglan. There's Frank Rothwell. He's in that white shirt. He's got his cap, flat cap on his head, pumping his fists. He's a couple of metres away from the trophy, glinting in the sunshine. Oldham Athletic about to lift it. He's there, he's about to handshake with Manny Monte. There's Hobson, who emerges as well from the tunnel. The Oldham players all lined up there, waving to the crowd. They're getting their medals as well, one by one. Some of those not involved today taking the applause as well. Mike Fondup coming up very shortly. His 17 league goals, 18 league goals, so important for Oldham this season as they wait. Mickey Mellon right at the back. Mark Kitchen gets his medal around his neck. He was instrumental for them this season. Tom Donaghy, the substitute goalkeeper, along with Matthew Hudson, the number one, played a key part as their goalkeeper. Mickey Mellon waves to the crowd. Raglan hugs his teammates. Jürgen Athan, what moment's this for him as well, the 19-year-old. We spoke about all the experience in that Oldham team, but for him, what a moment, what a nurturing moment for the 19-year-old on loan from Barnsley. He's chatting with Frank Rothwell. Absolutely bust the gut, did Jürgen Athan. As Rothwell takes the clap in hands. Uchin Gambula there, pumping his fists. Hugs being taken by Sean Hobson and Joe Garner, who has been absolutely everywhere, has Joe Garner celebrating with all of his teammates. Moments away now from Oldham Athletic lifting the playoff final trophy. Their fans all standing, all looking towards the Royal Box. Many of them have got their cameras out to capture this moment that will live with them in their hearts as well. Tom Conlon standing next to Charlie Raglan. They're being given the trophy. Here we go. The moment is now. The 2025 promotion final winners are Oldham Athletic. Tom Conlon and Charlie Raglan hoist the trophy into the air. They take the applause of these Latics fans. Frank Rothwell is bouncing up and down just behind them. They're in the Royal Box. They're pumping up and down, arms aloft. Mike Fondop's about to get his hands on it. Tom Conlon gets a solo trophy left, the club captain. He hands it on to Mike Fondop. Here we go. Fondop lifts it up to those cheers. He will give it to Garner, who as well. There it is. Joe Garner gets his turn. Liam, getting your hands on this trophy. You've been there and done it. That feeling, that mood of getting that silverware. What's it like?
Yeah, listen, they've had to play two different parts of the season. They've had the 46 games, which obviously comes with its ups and downs anyway, a massive roller coaster. But it's such a long way back. I mean, they've even had a break in between the season finishing and then coming to the playoffs. It's such a long, long distance from the very start. And when you set out with a clear vision of what you want to do, I think Mickey and the players, whether there's been a bit of adversity or not in a couple of the fixtures, they've stuck with that. They've believed in themselves. They've pushed themselves to be able to get to this moment. And again, in this game, it comes down to a small portion of your season into one sort of 90-minute, 120-minute game. You're going to have ups and downs. It's going to be how you manage it, how you can get to a level where you can still make them good decisions. You can still affect the opposition. And in times when Oldham did look dead and beat on the feet, they've managed to rise up against it and show themselves in the best form that they could be, so resilient that this club now, the supporters that are here, can get themselves back up the motorway once they've had sort of a time to be in and around these moments now, because the players will have given everything, so they need to be thinking about, what's next for me, how do I celebrate this, what does it look like, we've achieved it, we've done it, and we've left everything. Listen, there won't be a moment where any of them now can regret that what they've done and what they've given to themselves as a sacrifice. Sessions, Christmas Day, all that kind of stuff that got spoken about, that's what you work for. You work for these moments, you want to deliver, you want to be a good teammate, and ultimately they've been able to deliver for this massive, massive town, that they can have this first taste of success for in a long, long while. And I hope they celebrate hard.
Absolutely, I'm sure they will do, Liam. A really tender moment just now between Frank Rothwell and Mickey Mellon. Mickey Mellon saying something in the air, Frank Rothwell. He then pointed to the Oldham Athletic owner, saying, probably, this is all you. This is you. From where you bought the club 3 seasons ago, with all the financial troubles that they had, he has built it from the ground upwards. Mickey Mellon, his second full season here, has taken it on, and he has led Oldham Athletic back into the Football League. As the players pass that trophy between them, no Oldham fans looking anywhere else except at that Royal Box.
And Frank's got his hands on the trophy now, Alex. I'm not sure he'll be letting that go anytime soon. Oh, he's going to have to. He's going to have to pass it over to Darren Royal, and it's going to make its way down the line. Everyone's giving it a lift. But that just goes to show that it's a real team effort at these football clubs. It's not just the players, it's the backroom staff, the coaching staff, everyone behind the scenes. And Liam, if you think where this team was just 3 years ago, this feels now that they may have hit rock bottom and they may be on their way back.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got stairs to climb from this moment. They've took the very first step. It's what they needed. It's the hardest step. It's the hardest division to get out of. And from here now on, there's just got to be that they've had success. That's the thing that will drive them. Recent success is what drives them. What they've already done, what they've managed to achieve. It's a big, massive stepping stone for this club to go on to some greater things as well. You've seen it in the likes of Stockport. You've seen it in the likes of Wrexham, to where their dizzy heights have got to now. It's a massive platform to get out of this league.
Well, they're coming down the steps just to our left-hand side here with the trophy in tow. They're going to make their way back onto the pitch to celebrate with the Oldham supporters. Here they come, medals around the neck, massive high fives and fist bumps and punches of the air as the Oldham players take the considerably easier trip down the 100 plus steps. But what an effort they've had to put in. 120 minutes on this huge pitch at the National Stadium, twice coming from behind, but they never gave up, Liam Hogan. They gave it their absolute all, and a couple of moments of magic in extra time turned the game in their favour, and they will be back in the Football League next season. Brilliant scenes.
Who are you waving to, Liam?
Just obviously still a couple of players that I know really well. Dan Gardner, Joel Garner there. It's an absolute really good group of lads, and obviously to be in that group and to watch them, I'm actually so proud of them. I'm glad they've managed this achievement, because a lot of questions have been asked of them in terms of the expectation of this group, and to be able to put that expectation out and deliver it out there is a massive, massive achievement. So for him as a squad, and what a squad he's built, by the way, in terms of the player power like we spoke about, this is a really, really good stepping stone for them to go on to, greater things. Why stop here? Why, like I said, speak about the Stockports and erections, why stop here now? Frank will be buoyed, obviously, coming into this, pouring his emotion into it and seeing the results he's had off the back of it. Because listen, this is really the first attempt at probably getting out the league properly. We had an opportunity last season where we got into the playoffs but couldn't get over the line, whereas these guys out there, and Mickey, who's obviously tried and tested in this business and at this level as well, has been able to deliver. He's been able to deliver for such a huge town now, a passionate town about the football. We're talking about, developments in and around sort of Boundary Park, being able to get Boundary Park back as their own, all those types of things, to get themselves stable off the pitch and set up off the pitch. He's really going to push on, and it's been able to deliver, like you say, a trophy at this level now, and give some more optimism and belief, and a recent success for such a fan base to get on board with now. And like I said, there's 25 maybe in here. There's so many more at home that could probably have added to this today that you'll start to see week in, week out at Boundary Park for next season when they get their first fixtures in the EFL.
The players have lifted the trophy here at Wembley, but the party is only just getting started. They're back on the pitch now. Jordan Rossiter carrying the trophy down there, and the players are going to gather again for another trophy lift down there in front of the sponsors' boards, and crucially in front of those Oldham supporters, the 25,000 or so of them who have stayed here in the stadium to soak up every last minute of the celebrations here. Oh, they haven't got the lid yet. Ucheng Mulam has got the lid for the trophy, and he's bringing it over and places it delicately back on top of the trophy, which is perched in front of the players, who are now gathering in front of the assortment of photographers and their long lenses, who are going to get that snap for all the papers tomorrow morning. This is the picture you'll be seeing in the national and the local papers of Oldham Athletic, winners at Wembley at the third time of asking. They lost the League Cup final here in 1990. They were denied a famous victory over Manchester United by a last-ditch goal in an FA Cup semi-final in 1994. But now, in 2025, it's finally Oldham Athletic's moment. They lift the trophy. They bounce in the air as the fireworks and pyrotechnics go off into the North London sky. Smoke and ticker tape pluming into the air. And now the party really can begin. Oldham Athletic, with the National League Promotion Trophy in their hands, are heading over towards their jubilant supporters on our right-hand side. You've done this, Liam Hogan. You've been through this experience with Salford City. I mean, it's special for you as a player to lift the trophy, obviously, but when you take it over there to the supporters, what does that mean as well? Yeah, because ultimately they're the heartbeat of the club. That's why the club is still where it is now, because they have so much passion to keep it alive initially, to then push it on, to travel in massive numbers to places like Torquay, to Eastleigh,
to those types of places where they hadn't been previously. So to drop the ego aside a little bit and say, look, listen, we are where we are, we found ourselves. It could have gone even worse in terms of, like, we see other clubs, Scunthorpe's have dropped down another level beyond there. It's not as easy as it looks to be an EFL side to come down into the National League and just go and compete and get straight back up. So in terms of a plan, being able to be stable, be able to create a foundation, to not keep going down, go down any further, and then to build and build again. They've done the hardest step now. They've saved themselves. They put themselves in a position. They've built on what they did have, and now they've been able to compete to get themselves out of the league. And at the first chance of asking properly, they've been able to do that. Us as a National League, and myself as obviously a player now at Rochdale, we were going to lose a big club either way, which team won today. But obviously a massive rival and a massive Northwest club goes on to do something successful like yourself, your Stockports, and I'm all in for that. Do you know what I mean? I want good local clubs to play as high as possible up the pyramid.
We obviously hoped it would be an Oldham Rochdale final. That wasn't to be. Southend spoilt the party that day. They couldn't spoil Oldham's party today. But when you see these scenes, I mean, this is Oldham's day, so I don't want to dwell too much on others, but this is what Rochdale will be wanting to do as well going forward, isn't it? Get themselves back into the Football League.
Yeah, and obviously as a club now, Rochdale pretty new as well in terms of a takeover themselves, a journey that they're starting on. Kevin May spoke about whether this was going to be the opportunity to get up or not. That's their journey starting too, and Oldham are now a step above that by actually getting out the level. They can build on that. The players they can start to attract again now might look a little bit different. But if anybody does have any doubts about dropping down to the National League as a player or as a manager, we've seen Mickey Mellon do it, we've seen Graham Alexander do it. We're now starting to see probably Mark Hughes come in and have to do it as well. It's a fantastic platform to see talent and to see really good sides, and obviously a fan base. It's a massive fan base. And they're really revelling in the moment now, which they should do.
Well, quite right. These moments don't come along very often. Oldham's last promotion was 34 years ago, and so they are right to make the absolute most of this wonderful moment here with their supporters, who are still absolutely occupying the West End here at Wembley Stadium. I see Frank Rothwell, the owner, is down there as well, joining the celebrations, joining the party. It's almost a lap of honour here, a lap of appreciation. They've got to make their way halfway round the stadium, Liam, because not a single Oldham fan has left yet. They all want to stay and applaud their heroes.
Yeah, I mean, just make sure you keep the microphone maybe away from Frank, because he'll be on it and he's already starting. Look, he's going, his legs are going, the arms going. But that's the character he is, and you want to see that as well. Do you know what I mean? You get to see, he travels on the coach to games with the players, and there's a real connection from the top of the club, through to the players and the staff as well, which is vitally important. Communication's good. That's how a lot of businesses run successfully. It's about having clarity, and Oldham have had clarity, particularly in these playoffs, the way that they managed Halifax. Obviously brushed aside York, who finished on 90 odd points this season and still haven't gone up, so they'll be ruining that. But that's just the case of what the National League is, and they have to build again. But to be able to throw York aside and then literally come and do exactly what they've done here today, and come from behind, not give up, not give in, they've really probably put themselves on the map in terms of a playing group with this Oldham support, and they'll be forever grateful.
I think that was Charlie Raglan on the far side there, giving Joe Garner a bit of a piggyback as they raced along in front of the supporters. I mean, these players will be physically exhausted, but they'll be running on adrenaline now, won't they? I mean, this will keep them going for hours, days maybe. Let
me tell you, you will find what you need to find when you need to celebrate something, and rightfully so, because of the amount of energy that they'll have put, blood, sweat and tears, into the 46 games and that what comes before it. They've got a right to go out and do that now. To be fair, they're going to have to do it well and going to have to do it quick, because I'm pretty sure there's quite a fast turnaround time in terms of what comes next for this club as obviously the EFL fixtures and all the rest of it. But can't take anything away from this group in this moment now, and I still get it on my timeline. I still get notifications from memories from when I was here and when I did it. It's just something that will sit with them forever, and they'll be able to tell their kids and speak about. Even if any of these players now go and walk around in Oldham, they're going to get absolutely mobbed.
Yeah, and we talked about how important it is for the club, and obviously, you know, the size of the club, the suffering they've had to get back into the Football League. But actually, just from an individual perspective, for those players, for some of them, this is going to be the greatest day of their career.
Yeah, and obviously whether they stay on the journey with Oldham into the next chapter or whether that's their chapter done, that's the chapter that they've put in the book now, and they can't take that away. The names that were on the team sheet, as you spoke about before, it's a squad game, so the names that didn't make it today, there were some injuries still to players that started the season. The team looked completely different. Players like your Joe Garners didn't really feature as such, and without him, would these playoffs have been possible? You know, the return of some injuries, you know, so the backroom staff there getting the injuries back at the right time. Everybody plays a massive part, and like you say, it filters down from the very, very top, and the way Frank approached himself and has managed himself throughout all these moments, you know, I can see why the fans have had so much optimism and belief behind this group now.
And I'm not sure there was ever really any danger of Mickey Mellon being out of a job, but credit the club for when there was a sticky patch through the season, they didn't panic. They stuck with the process, they stuck with the manager that they believed in, they stuck with the tactics they believed in, and once they got their players back, they've got themselves here with the opportunity to go up, and they've taken it.
No, listen, it's been far from a plain sail from when they've come down. They've had to go through a couple of managers, you know, one of an interim and a permanent to get to this point, but something what Mickey has is the numbers and the stats behind him to back up that, you know, he has been proven at this level and giving him, you know, the opportunity to bring in what he needs in terms of his management around him that he feels secure with and that he can work with and get the message across to the players. And then also the players, you know, to be able to bring in the likes of, like, you know, James Nowell, who came obviously beforehand, but the quality he's managed to seal the deal today. Manny Monte comes in as a League One centre-back. You know, Charlie Ragland's played League One. And then you add the additions of Corey Evans, Tom Pett, who I spoke about all game as having an out. You know, for me, he was probably the man of the match for me today. Tom Pett, he covered every blade of grass in and out of possession. And just all that marries together to be able to get you a force that's been able to push this team over the line. And I even think some of the players out there can't believe the achievement they've just done, because they're still second guessing a little bit themselves at what's just happened because of the way the turnaround happened. But, you know, believe it, you've done it, you've managed to do 34 years of hurt before that has really sort of dampened on the club. And look at the outburst from the final whistle. I think that moment when Matty Hudson collects the catch was like, you know, a goal being celebrated, or the final whistle going anyway. I couldn't even hear the final whistle because of that moment. But yeah, look at this now, it's just scenes.
Well, all the players will be getting their individual photos with the trophy, with the medals, with the supporters who are continuing to bounce up and down behind that goal away to our right hand side. The Wembley staff and the production people are already out cleaning up the ticker tape. They'll have the pitch clean and ready to play again before the Oldham players even leave at this rate, because they are in no hurry to leave this party. And who can blame them after such a monumental effort over 46 games, over the playoffs, winning away at York, and then this today, extra time, twice coming from behind. I mean, you have to do it the hard way sometimes, Liam, but we talked about Southend's spirit and never say die attitude. We saw a lot of that from Oldham today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, hats off to both teams that are putting on display in front of obviously the a league record crowd, really, which is a fantastic achievement for this level of football as well. So it's a great advocate, great sort of ticket for anybody that never doubted the National League. It's still as strong as ever and probably getting stronger. The one question now is whether the bus driver takes his foot off the gas and lets them go back up there nice and slow, or they want to zip back there and get themselves into party mode and wherever they're going to be, because waiting for them back at home, you can see the fans starting to pour out now. There's going to be a big waiting party to say thank you to the group that's just managed to get them promotion to the FL.
The Oldham players very slowly and making their way down towards the tunnel here at Wembley. Trophy being lifted though. Mike Fondup isn't done with the party just yet. Who can blame him? He's been a huge part of this campaign. 18 goals throughout the season and the playoffs. Didn't score today, but led the line, played his part, and he will be celebrating along with the rest of these players long into the night, I'm sure. Oldham Athletic then are heading back to the Football League.
Total Sport.
Call us now, 0800 218 2255.
BBC Radio Manchester.
I think the situation with Sancho's got so sour now. I think this is where we are with the club.
Let's hope we can get back to the Championship where we belong,
The structure of the club is massively important because that feeds down to every single tier of this club. And if people don't know what they're doing at the top, you see it on the pitch.
I think Cogley is one of them players that across the fans I don't think you're ever going to agree with. I think you're going to find 50% that like him and then 50% think he's nowhere near as good as what people think.
We thought he was man of the match. I mean, obviously Haaland scores a hat-trick, he's bound to get all the plaudits.
Yeah, the debate is over, right?
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Manchester.
Drink it in. Oldham Athletic are heading back to the Football League.
Harrott, left-footed, sends the ball into the box. Fonda almost lacking. Oh, it's gone in! I do not believe it! Kian Harrott has won it!
Yeah, the Latics came from behind twice. They beat Southend 3-2 after extra time in the National League promotion final, and they are going back into League Two. So, Oldham fans, it's a first promotion in 34 years. How does that feel? Some of you have probably never tasted this kind of experience before. Let us know what you make of it. It's a first ever win at Wembley for the Latics too. So where does that rank in all your days watching Oldham Athletic? Give us a call right now and tell us how sweet it feels.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Manchester.
This is Total Sport live from Wembley Stadium, where Oldham Athletic have beaten Southend in the National League promotion final and booked their place back in the Football League after a 3-year absence. Owner Frank Rothwell is making his way around the pitch in front of us, still talking to the Oldham fans. He's got something under his arm there. Is that the base of the trophy, Liam? Is your eyesight any better than mine? He's certainly got some sort of silverware or something there.
Yeah, he's definitely got some. He's cherished that, whatever it is, anyway. I think he needs the other half, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's milking up every moment, and who can blame him after he put so much of himself and his effort and his heart into getting this club back into the Football League, and they have done it. And they've done it the hard way through the playoffs, and they've done it under the arch at Wembley after extra time. But Liam, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it here.
Well, this is what we spoke about before the game. If you could guarantee that moment and bottle that up and sort of know that was going to happen, you'd 100% maybe swap that for, something that maybe Barnet have achieved, or like what Stockport achieved a while back. Oh, that was a great feeling to be in front of, it's gone in the end as well where the Oldham fans are. It couldn't have finished more perfect, to be fair, for them. To be 2-1 down, to then flip the game on its head within the space of 10 minutes or whatever that was, it's an unbelievable achievement. And these fans were probably at rock bottom at one moment and then absolutely ecstatic the next, and that's what football brings to people's lifestyles, to everything like that.
Yeah, and there's plenty of them still here in the stadium heading for the exits now. 0800 218 2255 if you want to have your say. Dave is with us right now. Dave, you're still at Wembley. Sum it up for us. How does that feel?
I can't put it into words. That was 7 minutes of football. It was the most... my voice is so I do apologise. It was the most agonising, heartbreaking, ecstatic, utopia of football. I think it's sort of today, and he was praying for his granddad who passed away. He's looking down on us, he's going to score, and it came true. And it's just amazing that we actually got the result and got the win. It's magical, and we've got Frank Rothwell, all the board, all the players to thank, and Mickey Mellon. It's just absolutely fantastic. It's the best day of my life as an Oldham fan. Honestly, amazing.
You've had to wait so long for it as well, Dave. You've had to wait, 34 years since the last Latics promotion? I don't even know if you're old enough to remember that. I won't ask you that one. But you've been through the mill. You deserve this. Oldham fans and the club deserve this moment, don't they?
Yeah, every fan deserves it. We do a podcast every week, the Boundary Park Alert System. We do a Latics football phone-in, and it's more of a morning sometimes, but people just ring up and complain that we never seem to do it. We never, like Leighton Orient in the FA Cup, their keeper scoring in a last minute conceding one. The Mark Hughes goal in 1994, it's always Oldham, typical Oldham, that's what it always says. But today, that third goal, it took about 12 minutes in my time to get that for that ball to bounce in, and I couldn't believe it when it went in. It was just, we were right behind it when it went in, and it was unbelievable. And every fan, I've seen grown men in tears, I've seen little kids dancing and jumping around, and I just want to say thank you to Liam as well, because he was a great player for the club. So thank you very much, Liam, for all your service to Oldham as well.
I really appreciate it. Thanks, Art, and congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
I know Liam represents one of your rivals these days, but he's been cheering you on as much as anyone today. He's got friends in the dressing room. He wants Oldham to do well, and two huge clubs here, both had tough times in recent years, both desperate to get back to the Football League. You're the one that's done it. Be honest though, Dave. The last few minutes when you're 3-2 up, were you thinking we always concede late on, Leighton Orient, Mark Hughes, whatever it be? Were you able to enjoy it at all until the whistle went?
No, absolutely not. From when we scored, it was like, oh my God, they're going to score. And every time they went past the halfway line, the palpitations, I checked my heart rate on my Apple Watch, and it was like 145 at points, and it was just crazy. It was just absolutely crazy. It's like the typical Oldham, but hopefully the hoodoo has now been broken, and we can get back into we're in the Football League. I still can't believe that's sunk in yet. It still didn't sink in until yesterday that we got to Wembley. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. And yeah, I've done it with my little boy with me, and my brothers and my dad. It's just absolutely magical. So I'm off to the Green Man now to have 3 or 4 pints at least.
That's a starter, yeah.
Yeah, starter. Yeah, then it's going to be sambucas, Jaeger bombs. I'm only joking. No, I've got my little lad with me, so I'm going to have a couple. But I definitely need to sort my throat out, because it's completely gone.
Yeah, well, get yourself something soothing for the throat. That's always a good start, and enjoy a couple, but make sure you don't have too many, because you want to remember this day, because this is one you'll be talking about for years to come, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I love the show. Thank you.
No, thank you for talking to us, and we listened to a couple of your podcasts on the way down today, and the optimism has been growing in recent weeks. The belief started coming, didn't it, once you got into those playoffs?
No, just ask Liam a question. What did he think of the Norwood goal? Because, goodness me, when Fondop missed that first one in the first half, for James Norwood to have the composure and to finish like that, I bet he saw it on the training ground every week with him, but he's quite nonchalant, isn't he? But that goal was superb, wasn't it?
Yeah, he quietly believes in himself, let's put it that way. But why not? Because he's handled that moment in big occasions previously before. And to chip it over the goalie and then go with your opposite foot in quite a high contested game is unbelievable, to be fair. But that's the quality, though. That's the quality on that last line. And I thought he was a different animal in that second half of the extra time for you guys, and a real good outlet.
What about Charlie Rags at the back? Did he be the central defender? Did you think he did well? I thought he kept him at bay, but he was doing the work too, because I think Manny weren't at the races for the first half, was he? I think
listen, between us, we've both got twins, so I know he can handle 2v1 scenarios really well. So, no, Rags is a really good friend of mine, and he's been, unbelievable. And we were speaking about which types of players get the headlines, and obviously, Rags has been a rock at the back for you guys. He was a great asset to add to us last season anyway when he came in, and he's delivered as a standing captain for Tom Conlon as well. So performances like that, they can all pat themselves on the back. They've done a really great job today.
It's amazing.
Dave, I know you probably want to shoot off and get yourself a drink. Before we let you go, you obviously suffered so much with the relegations from League One and then from League Two out of the Football League, the first kind of club that had been in the Premier League to do that. It was such a tough period for everyone who cares about Oldham Athletic, and yet it feels like over the last few years that spirit has been rebuilt a little bit, and this is the joyous moment to kind of culminate that. But do you feel like, as frustrating as it was, everything you've had to go through, that it's given the club a fresh impetus now? Because rather than 30 years without a promotion, you've got one, and suddenly there's optimism around the place again.
I think the impetus came when Frank bought the club, and obviously we've been slowly but surely building, and we've just done amazing today. And again, this is the day of many now. I think next year I won't be surprised if we're pushing for the playoffs in League Two, if not going up quickly. We saw Stockport do it, we saw Wrexham do it. I think this is now the factor to get us moving, and it's been so long awaited. Since Leslie Mark Hughes scored that volley, that one still hurts some Oldham fans. But today, Keane Harrott finishing it, and I feel for Southend as well, because they were superb, and they've been through the coffers like us. You know what I mean? They've been through it, and it's been hard for them. But I thought they edged it in terms of the performance. I thought they were better than us. But hey, that's football, isn't it? It's our time. So the year of the bird, the owl now has completed it and rounded it all off, hasn't it?
Yeah, of course. The year of the bird. What was it? Newcastle, the Magpies, Crystal Palace, the Eagles, Spurs, the Cockerel, and now Oldham Athletic. The Owls have eaten the shrimps, as Frank would say if he was here.
Chew them up and spat them out.
Dave, go enjoy your night. Congratulations. And
care.
All the best
Bye-bye.
with the Boundary Park Alert podcast as well. That's Dave from the Boundary Park Alert podcast. We've got another David joining us now. David, you're at Wembley as well.
Absolutely. What an afternoon. Just unbelievable.
Well, the last caller said it was his best day ever watching the Latics. I don't know how long you've been watching him, but would you agree?
I went to my first game in 1987, so yeah, I mean, it was 4 very good years followed by 34 very poor ones, so yeah, absolutely. What to go to Wembley and win in the way that we did as well. We certainly didn't make it easy for ourselves, did we? But yeah, what an afternoon.
Yeah, worst possible start, wasn't it, conceding that goal so early and in the manner you did as well. Did you fear the worst?
You know what? All the way through the week, and I was on the sports show Friday, and I felt quite confident. So even though we conceded early, there was enough time for us to get it back. I think it seemed to take us 10-15 minutes to get into the game. We had some great chances and really should have gone in at half-time. Fondop's gone through one-on-one. We had the Yoga Nathan header. We really should have gone in at half-time level, and to score as early as we did in the second half, I actually thought we might go on and win it in 90.
And you had chances to, didn't you? Let's be honest. I mean, that second half, I think you could have won it. Fondop had a good chance, didn't he? Kitchen put one just wide right at the end. So you could have won it in the 90. Didn't happen. Then you fall behind again in extra time. And yet the character and the spirit to turn it round, it's incredible.
I must admit, when it got to half-time and extra time, I was looking around and I thought, I think we might be done here. But yeah, to come out like that, the 2 goals in a couple of minutes, I mean, what a goal from James Norwood. To do that in a Wembley final, the composure and character that he showed to do that, I don't think there was another player on the pitch that could have scored that goal. And then, Kane Harris throw one in, and unbelievable. And then the last 6 or 7 minutes feel like about 10 years.
And yeah, you've done it. And when that final whistle went, what was the feeling like?
Just all the emotions. I think firstly, happiness and delight, and then just relief that we've got out of the National League, and the club has come from a very dark place in the last few years, and we seem to be on our way back now, which is unbelievable.
Liam, both Dave and David are clearly delighted. I mean, you can tell what it means to supporters. They've watched this team for so long. They've suffered for so long. They've been here to Wembley twice before and not seen their team win. This day is going to go down in the club's history.
Yeah, absolutely, and so it should do. Well done, congratulations from myself. And listen, the group of players that I had firsthand when we first came with John Sheridan into this first league, up till now I've always had the desire to do well for this club. And then particularly when Frank Waffrell came into the club, the timing of that was, and the energy that he brought, the optimism was, impeccable, and that's filtered all the way down. And we really wanted to do that as a group last season, and it wasn't meant to be. And whether that was sort of a learning curve for the group to be able to be in a position now to push on for this season, that they've gone and delivered and got over the line, as part of a plan to get out of the National League in the 3 years is still a massive step, and quite a quick step really, because not everybody does it so quick. Some do, and it's probably rarer than others, but in terms of getting out now, you give yourselves a platform to, like you say, the ceiling for this club. We saw 25,000 inside the stadium today, and it looked unbelievable, all the orange and the blue. There's still a ceiling for this club to carry on and go further, as you spoke about, your Wrexhams, your Stockports, to now start to compete at the top ends of like League 2 and then get themselves back to, ultimately where you came from.
David, before we let you go, do you want to have a quick listen to your match winner? Shall we hear from Keane Harrott, who came off the bench and put in what I think was probably a cross, wasn't it, Liam? But it doesn't matter. It ended up in the back of the net.
It's into a dangerous area and it's asked the defender to defend and it's on target. It's gone in, it's a goal and it's not going to change. It's Oldham that go up.
Right, let's hear from him then. This is the Oldham Athletic match winner with the third goal, Cian Harrott.
Emotions, how are you feeling?
Brilliant, like I say, it's the biggest stage, this, isn't it, Mike? And we've done it, haven't we? We've done it.
Yeah. We made history today. We made history. I would have cried if we didn't win because I had 2 big chances that I know I should have converted, but it doesn't matter now because I told God, whoever scores will be happy.
You've got us here though, Mike, 20 goals. You've got us here.
I know, yeah.
And you had that, you spoke to us during the week, Mike, as well, about that 34 that you've got up in your kitchen. You can now take it down. You've done it.
I can take it down now. I'll post a picture of it later.
And also, I mean, what a moment as well with in front of all the Oldham fans of the winner.
Yeah. I was looking for. To be fair, I was looking for Mike, but it turns out it was a good cross and it's gone in. So I'm thankful.
It was funny because you sort of ran the opposite way once you sort of scored.
I like rubbing it in. I like winding people up.
But yeah, because you didn't obviously intend it to go in, did you? Or?
I've just put it in an area and hope for the best. Either Mike taps it in or it goes in. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them. It's I'm buzzing for the lads. Absolutely buzzing.
Buzzing for the lads. Buzzing for these fans as well here that you've been in front of. Just a word on them. I mean, over 25,000 have come down to you.
Yeah, listen, we've been in National League and it's unbelievable fans. Like probably what most fans have played in front of. So yeah, buzzing to get promoted for them, and hopefully we can kick on next season now.
And party tonight. What you doing? Do you know?
Tonight? You mean tonight, tomorrow, and then it'll be for next week.
Ibiza next week, right? The party started.
Yeah, and they won't remember much of that when they get there and come back as well. Just make sure they pack the right swimming shorts.
But you can't blame them for wanting to celebrate tonight, tomorrow, next week. I mean, they've worked so hard over the course of the season. They deserve their moment. The players are now making their way back up with the trophy here, by the look of it. Coming up to the back of the stand here. Fantastic stuff. Great scenes to see. These Oldham players, so joyous. The crowd have made their way out of Wembley. The players, though, the party is only just beginning for them. I'm going to see if we can get a word here, actually. Yeah, let's get him over.
Come on, Rags. You're live on the air here, mate. We need you. Yeah, come on.
Come on, Charlie. Come and join us. Brilliant, if you don't
mate.
mind. Grab hold of that microphone.
BBC Manchester, mate.
Charlie Raglan, you're live on BBC Radio Manchester. Please do not swear. I have to say that first off. But congratulations. What a brilliant end to an incredible season. How do you feel?
Yeah, thank you very much. Shout out to my Nana Joyce, 95. Hoge made sure it was on Radio Manchester for her. But no, I mean, incredible, isn't it? It's not really sank in because I don't know how it can, an end like that. It was pretty surreal. Obviously, we were probably down and out come the second half of extra time, and you're hoping for the best, and saves Norwood pops up with something that he does generally do. So yeah, delighted, obviously.
What an absolute moment of magic it was as well, which really turned the game back in your favour, didn't it?
Norwood's goal.
Yeah,
I can't even remember if he got the second or the third.
It was the second one. Yeah,
he got the third then. Okay. Of course, with the cross, Van Persie cross. Remember, the Etihad.
Put it into a dangerous area.
Yeah, it's just mental, really. I mean, Hodes knows quite well some of the things that we've gone through in the recent years, and to cap it off here, I mean, the fan base do deserve it because they've been through the hard times and they've seen all that. Frank Rothwell, who's come and done, unbelievable things, and the manager's, he's had lots of criticism, quite rightly, at times, which comes with the job, I suppose, and we all have. So to finish it off like this at the minute is pretty surreal, really.
You obviously got off to a terrible start, conceding early on. You got yourselves back in it. You then conceded another one right at the start of extra time. Were you thinking nothing's going for us today, or did you always believe?
The first one, you're kind of thinking you've just got to settle into the game, and it was as much as it was a goal out of nothing. Obviously, we can do better, but it's like you've got plenty of time. At Wembley, it's a bit different than being, say, at their place or our place. So you just never know. And obviously, we get back into it at the start of the second half, so it's our turn to go, really early, and then for them to score like they did really early in extra time, that was the killer blow, and it probably did rock us. And I mean, at times, I felt like I didn't have much more to give, and luckily, the subs delivered, and it was a case of hanging on at the end. It's sort of just being in the right position and a lot of hoping.
It looked like that, didn't it, from where we were up here in terms of like the structure of the teams, where Southend were more together and there looked like spaces between the back line and the front line. So you were doing a lot of defending, they were doing a lot of attacking, and not too much going on the middle. So anything that you did try to get forward was just coming back on you guys.
Yeah.
But then when you've got somebody like Mike Fondop or James Norwood in your team that can take a moment of brilliance like that and take the game away from somebody, and that really suffered a massive blow to Southend.
He was debating whether, because we'd gone to a 4-4-2 at some stage late on, whether it was 90 minutes or not, can't remember. And then it was, I think, at one of the half-time periods, maybe extra time, we debated going back to a 5, but it was a case of we looked comfortable, but we just needed to use the ball better. And there were spells, you know yourself, we don't overplay certainly, but we had to get a few passes in. Corey Evans obviously very good at that in terms of just settling us down. And once you get the few passes, then you can go more direct, which is what we want to do, and get people higher up. Like Kitchen and Pritchard and Jez later on and things like that, and obviously Norwood and Keane as they come on. So. But at the end, I had a conversation at the half-time of extra time with 5 minutes to go. I think I was going to go up front, so it was all throw everything at it. So, you can't really analyse that one too much, can you? It's just, I don't know.
No, but if you take risks in the right areas, which I think the substitutions did help you with, you go and get your rewards off the back of that, and pretty much both were involved in the goals. And then Tom came on and just gave that a little bit more control when he does come into that area, and that sort of really settled you as a team.
I think we'd worked on not... their threat was, when they had the ball deep, they've got good delivery, especially Gus Scott Morris and people like that looking to go in behind, Hopper, Macaulay Bond, they, experienced pros who know what they're doing. So it was a case of we just didn't want to give them one chance, and from a through ball, it's such, that was in our mind a lot. So we did find ourselves probably deeper than we wanted to be throughout the game. And like you say, the distances then are a bit of a problem. But I never felt under massive threat. You have to defend the box at times, but it was never unbelievably disastrous, in the game. It was just the fact that you found yourself 2-1 down with not long to go, and but tired bodies, everything cramping up, people having to go off. So it's just a hell of a story, really. For one game only, we just got the rub of a green, I guess.
Well, you gave your all and you get your rewards, and that's what you put your bodies on the line for, and you've worked so hard all season, and it's a great moment for you and all the other players. But you mentioned the supporters as well, because they have been through the ringer, not just in the last few years. We're talking 34 years of waiting for a promotion. This is going to mean so much to them, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. You can go around in circles, because we've had conversations, me and Liam, how there was a thing when I first signed, it just felt like because you're Oldham Athletic, you have a right to have days like this, and you have to perform and you have to get things right on the football pitch. And we've worked hard on the group, and the way we play is up for debate, obviously, but it's got us over the line, and we have just about got over the line, but no one cares about that now, and that's just the way football is. It was win at all costs, and somehow we've managed to find a way.
No, we talk about Mickey's famous quote, seal the deal, it's been done. Obviously in front of 25,000, there's more back home in Oldham. The question is, obviously I know you've got the girls to get to, and Emma, but what's next for the group then? Where are we going now?
Oldham.
You, as a player, as a party?
Oh, I don't know. Back to Oldham, I think. Just back to Royton or somewhere like that. I don't know. Well, you know some of the lads as well as I do, so they could be anywhere the next coming days. But yeah, it seems like the longest season ever. So I don't know. Probably back in pre-season next week. So.
Well, you've earned yourself a party first, I think. So enjoy the next few days.
Thank you.
You've absolutely deserved it. Congratulations
Thanks.
on what has been an incredible game. I'm sure it's a bit of a blur in your head at the minute, but
it is,
everyone who's watched it, certainly all the neutrals, said it was a cracker of a game, and so they've enjoyed it. Maybe not the fans, they were through the ringer a bit, but
Well, I didn't enjoy most of it.
No. But you can enjoy tonight.
Yeah, I can. It's nice.
Thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me speak to my mate.
Well done, Rags.
All right, pal. Speak to you in a bit.
Brilliant to have Charlie Raglan join us alongside Liam Hogan on BBC Radio Manchester. Going to hear next from James Norwood then, who created that bit of magic, obviously, that turned the game when things were looking bleak for Oldham. A ball through the middle that he somehow got out of the sky. Lovely touch to get it past the keeper, and then the cool, calm finish as well. Let's hear from James Norwood.
James, some of your emotions right now. I'm spent and I've only been talking about it.
The mixed emotions at the minute. Obviously we're delighted for everybody, the whole town, Frank, obviously everybody associated with the club, the fans. But obviously once the game's finished and you sort of die down a little bit, it's about soaking it in and enjoying the moment. So you sort of, the fatigue set in because obviously we get so high. But I'm just looking forward to going back into the changing room, small group of us, and celebrating in private before we come out and celebrate with the fans.
Your goal, talk us through it. What a moment.
I just told Jez whenever he gets the ball to get his head up. I made a run that I really enjoy making. He's hit the ball, and from the point of controlling it on my chest, obviously I missed a chance in the 93rd minute, probably through a bit of rust, but I'm confident that 99 times out of 100 I can put those away.
Yeah, and you've done this twice now in the National League Player Final, haven't you? You're an old hand at it.
Yeah, third one in total at here. I'm missing out the automatic promotions. The 6th time I played at Wembley, so I'm going to have to start paying rent. But no, I really enjoyed it. So much character to come back from 1-0 down, 2-1 down. You start thinking the worst, but we stayed positive, and to score 2 goals in a minute or two really shows how together the squad is. The people coming off the bench making a difference. The team that started were unbelievable, and you can see how much it means to lads that weren't even in the squad today. It just means so much for everybody. We spoke to Frank this morning. He said it was minutes away from going under this club, and it wouldn't be possible without Frank and his support. So it's just massive for everybody.
What was said when you did go behind twice?
Nothing, just stay calm. We talked about moving the ball. We knew they were sort of dead on their feet, and that was the motive for us, was just to keep moving the ball, move them around. We identified the weaknesses in them. People said that we would get demolished, and see how that panned out.
And just finally, you mentioned what Frank has done for the club and the fans as well that have been through all of this. For you, with your goal, they then just almost took you over, didn't they, with obviously Keane's as well. What a moment for them who travelled down and back at home.
Yeah, it's massive. Obviously we're disappointed in not the attendance, but the capped attendance. I think that was wrong, but for us to be able to give the fans that travelled 4, 5, 6, 7 hours to get down here everything that they desired, you can see how much it means to them. They're only just leaving now. It's been about half hour, 40 minutes. So it's a collective effort. Has been all season. We've had our highs and our lows, and they've stuck by us, and they turned up in their numbers in the quarter-final. They outsung York in the semis, and they've just outsang Southend. They really were the 12th man. Really got behind us at 2-1 down with 15 minutes left, 10 minutes left. Made all the difference.
James Norwood there, talking to BBC Radio Manchester's Alex Whittington. Liam, before I let you dash off, I just wanted to pick up on something he said there. He said 99 times out of 100 he's confident he'd finish that. That is some confidence, isn't it? Because that was a brilliant goal.
Well, he's quietly confident because of his history and the past he's done in this level and above, and why I've seen it off both feet with James. The technique's 100% there. He's been questioned a little bit this season in terms of has he played as much as he wanted to. He's had a couple of injuries, but listen, when you've got a player like James Norwood in your team and you can utilise him and he shows up particularly in that second half of extra time, playing on that last line. I've seen him pull balls out of the sky, chip people, and finish with both feet exactly like that. You can see it in the way he interviews and the way he speaks about himself, and he's really assured, and that shows in the type of finish. And that's the type of maverick player that you'll get with James Norwood, is that in moments it might look like how you don't want it to, but then in other moments he can just do the absolute sublime, and he's been able to deliver on again a stage that he's actually quite used to, which he's probably helped and suited him. But I think in and around them sort of moments anyway, I've seen him finish like that in training often.
He seemed very relaxed, and even Charlie Raglan, when he came up and spoke to us before, they're not quite as jubilant as I was expecting. Is that just because they're exhausted, because they've put so much effort in?
They'll be plateaued at the minute. At the minute, there'll be a fizzy drink that will go in them very shortly that might start to lift again. I don't know how many fizzy drinks will seal the deal in terms of off the field stuff today, because they've spent absolutely everything, so dehydration levels, it's quite a humid day, but they've had to commit themselves in a game where Southend didn't want to give it up, they didn't want to give it up, so they've had to be full throttle. There's probably been 1 or 2 moments where we spoke on air where it sort of was a little bit subdued towards the back end of the full game, where neither team wanted to lose it, and then probably a couple of quiet periods where they'd had a little go at it and they had a little bit of rest in possession and out of possession structure. But for most of it, our necks have been left. It's been right. It's been such a thrilling game, and obviously you see that week in, week out. I obviously play in it, so I know that 1 week you can go to Oldham's Boundary Park, the next week you go to somewhere else that looks it throws up different challenges every single game, and this one today has thrown up an absolute spectacle for the advert for the National League. And we haven't really mentioned them since, but I thought Southend managed the game, and I think one of the fans has just said there, they were performance-wise, they were better. I mean, Oldham affected the goal more than Southend did, but I can see how they see the overall outfit. Southend are a really good outfit, and they've suffered today on the back end. But to be fair, they've done it to other clubs. I've been on the other end of it from Southend this season. Oldham have literally Southended Southend, and Charlie talks about times where it's been tough. Quite a lot of the games against Southend were tough for an Oldham player to be in a Southend game. We hadn't actually beaten them when I was playing there myself, and this year it was 1-1 and 1-0 away from home. So it's a massive victory in terms of how Mickey's been able to set his team up in these last few games, get the players back he's wanted to be able to. And as you noticed, and Charlie mentioned, that they changed the shape a little bit to be able to get like Jez on the last line and Cian Harriott higher up the pitch to be able to deliver the winning goal, cross, shot, whatever you want to call it. Shown that Oldham could be adaptable as well in times.
Not only that, so much pressure on these two teams coming into this. They both wanted to be back in the Football League. That brings its own kind of expectation that you're a big club, you deserve to be at a higher level. I just wonder, you've been in this final, you've played in this final, you've won this final, you've lifted this trophy. Is it jubilation at the end, or is it just a sense of relief when you finally got over the line and you're going up?
I think the first initial thought for myself was it was true jubilee in terms of like everything I'd given. There was things that had happened off the pitch that led me to believe, and Mike Fondop talks about the fridge moment and the numbers on there, but little things like that manifest these types of moments, and when you've manifested them and they come through at the back end, it's a big outpour of emotion, and that was matched from the players to the fans. They've been waiting for this moment for so long. The players, some of them have had promotions but will have waited a little while now since they've had the last one. And listen, you can never get bored of winning things, and from being in a moment like this where you're surrounded by 50,000 fans, your friends, your family, absolutely unbelievable occasion for Oldham, and obviously I hope they go on to do really well when they go up in next season.
All right, Total Sport on BBC Radio Manchester, live from Wembley Stadium. Liam Hogan alongside Bill Rice. Let's hear next from the Oldham Athletic owner, shall we? The man who got them back on the front foot and heading in the right direction. Here's Frank Rothwell talking to Alex Whittington.
Frank Rothwell, sum up your emotions right now.
I didn't expect to win. When we were 2-1 down, I thought, that's it, night. And and I thought it wasn't going to happen. I thought it was just they'd started getting it together a bit better. And we were still at it, but no. And then it's like we're looking at extra time. We get 2-2 extra time, Was it 2-2 extra time? I can't remember now. But anyway, when we started playing extra time, our players they were tired. They would put a lot of effort into the training, and the level of fitness that our players have is pretty good.
I mean, it was an amazing finish. I mean, probably the game of the season in any league, in any division, really. Those 2 goals late on in extra time was just incredible, wasn't it?
That's exactly what Joe Royal said. Joe Royal said it. Well, Joe Royal is our as a director, and when the family took over Oldham Athletic 3 years ago, we decided that the family would not speak to the football manager. We wouldn't start giving him advice or anything like that. We wouldn't do that at all. And we wanted somebody to go between us and the manager. So we had Joe Royal, because he can go and speak to him, and he, so that's what we've done, and it's worked out perfectly for us.
I don't think I've ever heard Frank Rothwell so calm. Not even a sing-song from the Oldham owner. Maybe he was exhausted like the rest of us after such an incredible game of football. 3-2 win after extra time for Oldham. They are victorious at Wembley. They have won promotion from the National League, and they will be playing in the Football League next season. Let's hear next from club captain Tom Conlon, who came off the bench.
Tom, how are your emotions right now?
It's difficult to sum it up. I feel like it's not kicked in. It doesn't feel real at the moment. I'm sure it'll kick in over the next couple of days, come week. But what a moment! I'm so pleased for these fans, and especially the owner. You know, they've put so much money into this club, and without them, I don't even think Oldham would be a football club anymore. So, massive shout out to them. They've been amazing, and like I say, what a day for the fans and the football club. It's incredible. It's what you dream of.
And I guess the disbelief that you mentioned there also because of how you did it as well with those two late goals. I mean, it was barely believable.
Yeah, it makes it that bit better. It really does. But it sums us up as a group. We've had setbacks throughout the season. Where people have maybe written us off, and we've bounced back from it, and it shows, like I say, it shows the quality of the group, shows what we're made of, and I do feel for Southend in a way because it's so harsh in the playoffs, it really is. So I do wish them all the best, but obviously I wanted us to win, and we've done that, and what an amazing day for the club.
And you had to dig deep as well, didn't you? There, coming from behind twice.
Yeah, you always have to dig deep when you want to win promotions, and like I say, it really shows what character we've got in this group. And speaking to the gaffer then, and he's saying, you know, this is just a start for Oldham. It really is. It's an unbelievable club, and they deserve to be higher. But that's a story for a different day. Let's enjoy tonight and tomorrow. I'm
sure you will, and as you've already mentioned them, but the fans obviously they've travelled here in numbers. There's loads of obviously fan parties and watch-alongs back home, listening to the radio as well. You know, for what they've gone through in the past 3 years as well, from their club almost going under today's like today. It's amazing. It's for them, isn't it?
It is. It really is. You know, to see the joy on all their faces there, and you know, London's a far way from Oldham, so they've travelled down. They've given us the support, so it makes that journey back so much better. So I hope we have an amazing night and week going forward.
And what are the plans? Do you know how you're going to celebrate?
I don't know, but I'm sure it'll be an unbelievable night. It's one you have to take in. I know it's a bit of a boring response, but you have to take in these moments. It's what you dream of as a kid, and you've got to take every single moment. But like, I think there'll be a fair few beers for the next couple of days, maybe a week.
There you go, that's Tom Conlon, the Oldham Athletic man, who came off the bench during that 3-2 win over Southend. The party will be huge, I'm sure. And Liam Hogan, tonight is not about anything other than celebrating for the players and the supporters, and they deserve that. But there will already, in Mickey Mellon's mind and probably Frank Rothwell's mind, be thoughts about where do we need to strengthen, what do we need to do to make sure we're ready for the Football League next season.
Yeah, look, every successful business is proactive, and if they've been proactive, which they should have been, it would have been a few weeks back, maybe even before that, where they start to put out the feelers of, you know, maybe other clubs who players have done well, or, you know, what type of strengths or weaknesses, like you say, and that they can manage now to make them sort of a strong outfit for next season, to use the momentum. We speak about momentum coming into the playoffs to get you over the end line. You've now got the momentum of a 25-30 plus thousand fan base, as well as your success on the pitch to take you into League 2, that gives you 3 automatic spots and a 4th place in the playoffs. So a massive umbrella really to land in, and being around. And if they can do that, you know, I wouldn't be surprised at all. So it'll be, again, recruitment's been very good this season for Mickey and for the team, not only just on the pitch. The staff that's been around him obviously advised him in great areas and helped him along the way. It's what every manager needs. And I presume, going off, you know, his recent sort of success that he's had in the time that he's been here, albeit, yeah, we had the season where, you know, we didn't make the playoffs and a lot of questions were asked. He probably deep down would have analysed that at the time and sort of seen where he needed to improve and what he needed to do. So I think now they're in a real great space to you know, bring in some players and better calibre players as well.
Thanks, Liam. That's it from us tonight.
Neil Redfern can win the title for Oldham with this penalty against Kevin Pressman. Redfern comes up, right-footed. It's there! It's there! Oldham have won, surely.
And we are underway in the National League playoff final.
This is a massive golden egg, isn't it, at the end of the trail.
Into the box, and it's a chip over keeper Hudson, and it's gone in. Charlie Kendall has the opening goal. 4 minutes minutes on the clock, and it's the Southend United fans that are in delirium away to our left-hand side.
Really important now how the players and how the supporters react to this.
And it comes to Mike Fondo, 1-on-1 with the keeper, chips it over, and it's wide. It just drifts wide of the right-hand post. And referee Elliot Bell blows the half-time whistle.
We're going to come away with the result today.
Long ball, it's flicked on, it's bouncing around in the box. Huge claims for a penalty, and it has been given by the referee. It was Garner challenging underneath it. He went down, referee pointed to the spot. Takes a deep breath, Garner steps up and slots it calmly into the right-hand corner of the goal. The Oldham fans go crazy away to the right-hand side, and Joe Garner is celebrating in front of them.
That's what Oldham do to you. Any chance to get balls coming in your box, ask questions, and then there's no cooler head inside the stadium than Joe Garner.
Last shot into the foot of Fondop, who turns. Great save down to his left-hand side by Hayes. It was a split turn by Fondop. He swiveled and tried to slot it past the Southend keeper, who got down smartly to his left-hand side and pushed it wide. Fondop gets the throw onto his chest now, lays it back to Pett, who squares outside the box to Kitchen, fires it wide of the right-hand post. What an effort that was. Almost the winner for Oldham Athletic. The referee blows his whistle, and we are heading into extra time here. It is Oldham Athletic 1, Southend United 1.
Like I say, I've never seen success. I've seen failed playoff pushes, and that's been my glory years. So I'm hoping this is etched in history.
Blaze infield to Gus Scott Morris, takes deflection, palmed away, and it's headed in! It's headed in! Southend United, seconds in to extra time. It's Leon Perillon who's got it. Keeper Hudson couldn't quite push the ball away hard enough, and it fell straight onto the head of Perillon, arriving at the back post. So Oldham have got to come from behind again. They've got it all to do for here at half-time. In extra time, Norwood, who gets on his chest. This is it. Norwood through. Norwood slots it in. James Norwood, the Oldham end, is an absolute crazy. Pints are thrown into the air. It's Norwood. Harrett, left-footed, sends the ball into the box. Fondo almost lacking. Oh, it's gone in. I do not believe it. Kian Harrett has won it. He goes storming off to celebrate. Mickey Mellon, his manager, goes the other way. Arms aloft. Oldham Athletic have taken the lead 3-2, and the referee blows the full-time whistle, and Oldham Athletic are back in the Football League. Moment is now. The 2025 promotion final winners are Oldham Athletic. Tom Conlon and Charlie Raglan hoist the trophy into the air.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Manchester,
and on your radio.
The sound of Manchester is
BBC Radio Manchester.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Catherine Cracknell. Ukraine's carried out a large-scale drone attack on military airfields across Russia. Security officials in Kyiv say 40 long-range bombers have been damaged at sites as far away as Siberia. The operation is said to have taken a year and a half to plan and was overseen by President Zelensky. Moscow has accused Ukraine of terrorism. Our correspondent Paul Adams has been monitoring developments from Kyiv.
The Ukrainians have published video evidence of a drone attack which has targeted the big heavy bombers that are used night after night to launch cruise missiles and other projectiles at Ukrainian cities. Ukraine has hit those sorts of aircraft before, but I don't think they've ever been attacked in these numbers. And this appears to be a coordinated drone attack thousands of miles apart, a really audacious attack.
The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says at least 31 people have been killed and dozens more injured by Israeli fire near a new aid distribution point in Rafah. Israel's denied targeting civilians. The US company running the site said it had distributed aid without incident. Figures from the Home Office show almost 1,200 people crossed the Channel in small migrant boats yesterday, the highest number in a single day so far this year. They made the journey to the UK in 18 different vessels. The government says it's working to tackle people smuggling gangs, but the director of the Migration Observatory, Madeleine Sumption, says new gangs have begun operating.
We know that the increases we've seen over the past 6 months or so are driven by several different nationalities. Particularly, we've seen increases from Eritrea, from Sudan, Sudan, Yemen, Afghanistan. And the fact that it's several different nationalities makes it quite difficult for the government because there isn't a single source of this.
President Macron has condemned the violent unrest which marred last night's celebrations of Paris Saint-Germain's Champions League triumph. More than 500 people were arrested, mostly in the French capital, as cars were set on fire and shops looted. The British cyclist Simon Yates has won the Giro d'Italia after cruising to overall victory in the final procession stage in Rome. It's his second Grand Tour title. Tennis, and at the French Open, the defending women's singles champion Iga Swiatek is through to the quarterfinals. She came from a set down to beat Elena Rybakina. Speaking after her win, Swiatek said she was glad she kept pushing.
It was tough, First set was, I felt like I'm playing against Yannick Sinner, I just kept fighting, and I'm happy that I did that because every game I felt like I can loosen up even more, and at the end I was able to play my game, so I'm super happy.
Formula One and the Spanish Grand Prix in Barcelona has been won by McLaren's Oscar Piastri. His teammate Britain's Lando Norris finished second, with Charles Leclerc third for Ferrari. And the weather, a largely dry and clear evening for much of the UK, with showers fading away. Tomorrow will be more settled. And that's the BBC News at 3 minutes past 7.
The sound.
The sound of. The sound of Manchester. And all the music you love. BBC.
This is Dotson on Sunday. You can get it if you really want.